properties. Because it's set for the other microphone? No, of course not. You know, I just... That is terrible. Let's make sure... Sarah, can you say something? Go ahead and stop.
So.
All right, Sarah, say something.
Something.
All right, great. Go ahead back to mute there.
Something. Complete.
Oh, man.
Well, you missed the coolest intro ever, guys. Now you just get to have the shitty one.
Yep, this is the retry at the intro. Hey!
Right, ready, go!
Hey, welcome back. Actually, welcome back to ourselves. We are Original Box Set. We have just got back from our July break, and we're so excited to be jumping back in on a show. I'm excited because this is the Magic Shop. It's one of my favorite stories. And here with me, I have my wonderful wife, Cassie, who...
Hi, I'm Cassie, and I play Zarkosa, the spell scale sorcerer. Absolutely fabulous and 100% unapologetically awesome.
Excellent. Also with us is Evan, who is playing the gnome.
Okay.
Hello.
Describe your character.
Varianlin is a very short creature, standing at... Let me just pull up the character sheet. Standing at only 3'4", weighing in at 45 pounds. He has silver hair and blue eyes, and is quite the practical joker.
Yep.
Awesome. And we have my sister-in-law, Sarah.
Oh, that's me. I am playing Katinka, the most wondrous pixie rogue that anyone has ever seen. She's amazing.
Excellent. And tonight we will be introducing a new player and character into the group. The gentleman who is joining us, his name is Evan, but from this point forward we'll be calling him Star-Lord. We met him at MegaCon. Yeah. We have a side business. Actually, it's our main business. And he came by our booth, hung out, and we liked him enough to say, hey, why don't you join our show? And so I want you all, the audience, to give a warm welcome to Star-Lord.
Hello.
Nice
to meet you guys.
We don't get to hear about his character just yet because it's going to come into fruition during the game. I've had a lot of fun introducing or talking with Star-Lord about what he wants to see as far as his character goes. And you know what? I'm excited. You guys are going to think it's pretty awesome too. Hey, Robin. Hey, Mike. That's two of the audience members. I recognize their names. All right. Last we left off with our game. The gnome, the spell scale, and the, anthropomorphic unicorn. No, that's a different game.
That is a different game.
I forgot. What race are you playing,
She's
Sarah?
Teeny tiny fairy person.
I'm a pixie.
Right. The pixie, the gnome, and the spell scale had fireballed the room of furniture that was attacking them. We ended at the end of the round, and I do believe that you threw a fireball.
Yes.
And Sarah, you threw a fireball.
I did.
And Evan, you didn't throw a fireball.
That would be correct. Fire is bad.
Fire is good. Fire is clean.
Fire is helpful.
It is. And at this point in time, there was a massive explosion, and a lot of smoke now fills the room. We're going to move the map a little bit so the audience can see something other than just a gnome doing the squatty potty move. There we go. Let's zoom out just a little bit. We're using Roll20, and I'm a subscriber, so I get to use these really cool walls and stuff to make shadows and light. And we got a bunch of smoke going here. We're going to modify one of these people real quick so that Star-Lord can see what's going on, because right now he doesn't have a piece on the board, so he doesn't see anything. So we're going to fix that, and there we go. And then we change over that, we hit save, and now we're going to move his view to where everybody else is. Now, there we go, all centered. Everybody should see something. Star-Lord, can you see things?
Let me check here.
On the roll 20.
I can see it.
Great. You should see what looks like a gnome on the potty, a spell scale, a pixie, a chifforobe attacking the pixie, and what looks to be runic markings on the ground beneath them. And a whole bunch of smoke.
Yes, I see that.
Awesome. That means that's working. Yeah, that's right, Robin. All hail the fire. These guys, like the fireball was huge.
I mean...
In fact, I have the fireball right over here.
Yeah.
Right next to... Still have it, scaled up. Massive.
It's super big.
All right.
It's not my fault.
So... Wall of Fire. I wanted to start this game session off with everybody making a save throw versus... facial burns and whatnot, so that you throw yourself behind some level of cover without getting singed by the backflash, the fire that heads towards you. The heat. So this is a reflex save. What did you looking
My
for?
character sheet.
Right down here. And there you are.
Okay, good. Just making sure everything's matching up. Haha!
I got a 28.
I got a 4.
And a 17.
All right. So, if I remember correctly, you had thrown the pixie out of the way.
Yeah, I had to, I had to pull her out of the closet because she was getting stuck in the closet, and
It was trying to eat me.
And on our way out is when we were throwing the fireballs in.
Throwing them over your shoulder like hand grenades,
Yeah.
right? So
we used the
Yeah, 'cause
side of the chifforobe as cover.
We used that as the cover to try to avoid getting
nailed.
actually.
And you
in
did.
flames,
And
so.
she doesn't get singed because she's not in a position. You do not take any damage, but that doesn't mean that when you turn to look at her, a bit of fire is on your shoulder and you have a smoky ash on your face.
Yeah.
So that's where we're starting off with. Let's see. We will start with the gnome. So I think that's a good place to start.
Oh my. Alright, so if I remember correctly, I could sense 3 intelligent beings in this.
You could, and do you remember where they pinged out at?
Roughly.
I will re-ping them.
Right. Fair enough. I will hold off on my turn until my fire-wielding compatriots act.
I take this as that you're standing there in a little bit of bewilderment, staring at the situation like,
Absolutely. I mean, I've seen them throw fireballs before, but not when I'm in the blast range. So... Absolutely.
Whoops.
All right, Tinka.
Well, I'm gonna move away from this chifforobe. Hopefully it's dead. And peek around this.
Okay. The back of the chifforobe is blasted in. It has taken the brunt of the attack. I remember you guys dealing 30 to 40 something points of damage.
Yes.
It was a ridiculous amount.
It was a ridiculous amount. If you ever got attacked by a warehouse of furniture, that warehouse is in trouble.
Right?
Yeah, that chifforobe looks... Go ahead.
Sorry, IKEA.
Well,
I can't pronounce your furniture names anyway. I'm just gonna. How thick is the smoke in here?
Well, I've actually layered the smoke so that what you can see with your eyes is pretty much how thick it is. If you have some sort of magical vision or something that might make the smoke not seem in your way, you need to let me know. Otherwise, that's what you got. And there's penalties for like shooting through that and doing perception-based things through the smoke.
Yeah. I'm going to. I don't know. Can we get like some gentle breeze? Can some of the finger wigglers maybe like clear out some of this smoke?
Yeah, roleplay that.
I think I have the black lung, Sarkosa.
So,
Do you think you can wiggle your finger and get rid of some of this smoke?
But of course I can do that. I will use prestidigitate on myself to get the soot off of myself, clearing the smoke out of my general area, and close it,
And then
brushing the last bit of fire off. And then wave my hand like this, like a floppy wet fish back and forth, just like this.
Floppy wet fish.
That's what I'm assuming. Like
it's like you're shooing. You're
shooing.
the smoke away.
There we go. In a very
floppy wet fishing.
In a very dismissive pattern, like. So yeah, that's what I'm doing. And I'm waving my hand in her general vicinity.
Yep, there we go. The smoke moved a little bit. That's it.
Maybe I can flap my wings. Maybe it'll get some of the smoke away. Did you move it closer? Oh God.
All right, closer. Now that there are interceding currents from her prestidigitation floating around and your vicious, flapping of your...
Flapping.
Vicious flapping.
Of your fairy wings. It is now picking the dust up and moving it quite a bit around.
I'll stop.
All right.
I'll stop.
I'll just... Doesn't keep you from being consumed in the smoke. Are you stepping into the damaged chifforobe there? Is that what you're doing?
I'm setting on top of it.
All right, so you land on the damaged chifforobe. All right.
On top. Just to wait. Keep a bird's eye view.
Evan, I need your character to make a perception check.
Would that be spot or search?
Oh, you are correct. It's a spot maneuver. I apologize. I keep getting 3-5 mixed up with Pathfinder, and this is the better system. And I will debate that with anyone.
I'm gonna sit outside with a coffee cup with a change my mind sign.
I see absolutely nothing. I would assume that some of the dust whipped up the cyclone of air gets blown into my eye, and I rub my eyes furiously to dislodge the dust.
Oh my goodness! All right. As the gnome begins to clear his face from the extra circulation of dust, you have alighted yourself on top of the chifforobe nearby. A large, shapely looking object launches itself from the smoke to the chifforobe.
What kind of shapely object?
Rectangular-ish shaped.
Oh God! I was keeping watch.
Oh, you were? I thought you were flapping your wings.
You were.
No, I said I was sitting on top, taking in a bird's eye view.
Oh, so as you turn to begin observing the room, that's when the, what do they call those? Dresser. That's when the dresser attacked.
Oh no.
All right. So the dresser's bonus to attack is only a... what's that? 9. It's charging, so that's an 11. There we go. 17. You're unaware, so you're flat-footed, because on its action, it charged across the room.
What the hell is my flat-footed? No.
No. It decimates the remnants of the chifforobe that you are currently on top of. Let's get this thing moved over here. Alright. Oh, it seems my smoke is in the way. So we're going to zoom out for myself. I'm going to drag my smoke away.
Boo.
Now I'm going to drag my smoke back. Oh, not far enough. Need you to go to the front. There we go. That'll fix it.
Hold on. So my vision is not changing.
You have no light source.
Oh, okay.
Evan's character is the only light source for you guys. He lit a light, and the rest of you guys wander around.
Well, I have low light vision.
It doesn't give you the ability to see into shadows. It just enhances how well you see light. So the calculation that I used for every light source is if you had low light vision, which is a benefit to people without low light vision. Blah. With that said, I have to attack you now with a dresser.
Ah!
Oh no.
Ah!
Hang on. He's having a bit of difficulty. It's been a rough day. Somebody just fireballed him. Anyways, he decimates the dresser underneath you. The chifforobe underneath you. Destroying it with the last 3 hit points. Its attack does a d8 plus 6 in damage. Alright. Initiatives.
Oh man, that's good.
Ooh.
I got an 8.
I critted.
Alright.
But it's a 20. Because I don't got nothing to add to it. Magic items aren't in this book, are they?
Is that the player's handbook?
Uh-huh.
No, they're in the DMG.
Is that what you have right now?
No, I have the monster manual.
Okay.
Alright. The chest, the dresser is going on a 9. I don't have a thing for initiative yet. I need a tiny thing to write on. Oh, look, a piece of junk mail.
Yay!
All right. So, dresser.
I'm pretty sure Roll20 is a built-in initiative counter if you want to add in our
9.
rolls manual.
I would, but it's going to take up, and I'm almost done. Evan, what did you get?
A 16 for initiative.
Cassie.
20.
And Sarah.
8.
Excellent. So, Cassie, you go first.
That's why I was trying to find stuff before that happened, but I didn't.
Ugh, you go so fast. You've never seen a dresser attack anyone
I
before, so
haven't.
maybe you're standing there shocked.
I mean, I kind of am.
Hold your action till you figure out something
I'm
to do.
gonna hold my action.
All right. 16, Evan. Your friend just got attacked by a dresser. And you're not sure if that dresser was thrown by something or what. But it looks like it ran over here.
And I'm not detecting any intelligence within it.
Oh, so your action is going to detect to see if it's intelligent?
It wouldn't be an action, it would just be like a sight, I guess. Like if I can see it.
Yes. Okay, so here's how this is going to play out. You can detect if things have intelligence, but you can sense them, and your perception earlier, you did not sense him running across the room. You got a -3. So you were distracted in that sense. So it's not an action to do. Like, it's not going to consume your standard action or move action or anything. I'm considering it a free action.
Then I will do it as a free action, absolutely.
But it's not going to be something that I automatically dull out. You have to kind of like think, oh yeah, it's smart. And the answer is, yes, the dresser is intelligent.
All right.
What do you want to do
am
with
I
this knowledge?
Am I within touching distance of my friend who's being attacked?
The whole wardrobe that she was on top of was destroyed. There's nothing left of it. So she's floating in the air at this point in time. She has not been hit, but she definitely was attacked. No, she's about 10 feet away at most. And up in the air.
All right. I will take a 5-step forward or 5-foot step towards her and touch her with mage armor,
All
which
right.
will give her a +4 magical armor benefit.
Don't do that.
I will not do that.
You already know that I have plenty of armor.
This is true. All right, I will cast a mirror image on myself then.
Excellent. And it produces what, 1d4 plus 1 mirror images?
Yes.
Alright, let's get that dice roll.
Sorry, +1 image per 3 caster levels, and I'm currently caster level 6.
So 2 more. Alright,
Exactly.
there's 1. There's 2. One of those is the real Evan.
So I have 5 mirror images.
5. Oh my goodness.
Oh man.
Oh, good
So
lord.
that is 6 in total.
Did I got it yet? Yeah, there's 6 squatty potty gnomes now in the hallway. Let's move them up. All over the place.
Oh my god.
How's that? And one of those is the real Evan.
Wonderful.
All right. Suddenly there's a burst of gnome everywhere.
That's terrifying.
So
There's gnome everywhere.
Do you have what you want to do?
right now, because I'm not seeing what I wanted to do, I'm gonna cast magic missile
Awesome.
into the other piece of attacking furniture.
All right.
And you're like, oh, go away. And wave some magic missiles towards it.
How many did you, what how many
I have no idea.
magic missile casts like 1 at first level and then adds an extra 1 every
2 levels, I think.
Okay, so I would have 3.
I believe 3.
I'm looking it up right
Okay.
now.
Yay.
It's either 3 or 4.
Well, do you have some D4s?
I have a D4.
Each magic missile is a D4.
2. 1.
1d4 plus 1 damage. At
2, 1, and 3.
what level
So
are
that's
we?
6. 6th level.
You have 3 because you don't get
Great.
the 4th
So,
until 7th level.
9 points
9 points of damage. The magic missiles, just like dealing with the massive hooked worm out front, blast through key points in the furniture, busting up a section of leg, sending the marble top flying against the wall. Something that looks like an eyeball gets exploded out the back end of it. The thing crumples to the ground. Yep.
Wow.
Sarah, your action.
I will remove myself from the busted armoire and turn invisible.
All right.
Thanks, Sarkosa. Whee!
I need to make sure that my best friend is well taken care of.
Yeah, I'm your best friend. I'll
My good friend.
move over here a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of peek around, see what I can see in my invisible form.
Well, you still see, Evan, I can't remember, but those duplicate wizard people that you made, were they made out of stone or they were suits of armor? What were they?
The Sentinels.
The Sentinels, yes.
They
the one.
were invisible sentinels.
So you
Were
can...
they?
I think they were visible.
Legion of Sentinels.
Yes.
Yes, they were visible.
Yes, so they look like you, or they look like gnomes in armor.
I think they were gnomes in armor.
They were spectral sword fighters.
Ah, so you still, where you move to, you can see the spectral sword fighters over here. I'm going to ping that area, so you can definitely see those guys. You can see the outline of some furniture, but it doesn't look like any of the furniture is moving.
I can't remember if Evan pointed them out to us the last time, like which ones were moving.
No,
Okay.
he just said they're in there.
Mm-hmm. And then we threw fireballs at the problem.
Oh, right. But we had the ring was magical, right? The ring over here.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And then there was I think a door that was over here.
Yes. If you had a light source, you'd see more.
Okay.
Can you even cast light?
Can I? No.
Oh, that's terrible.
I don't. I hold on. No, I can. Dancing lights.
Yay!
I will. Cast
What do they
dancing
look like?
Lights. Small, miniature, other fairies that look exactly like me.
Hey, we're just going to use these dragon things from earlier. Yay, dragon
Yay.
things.
Yay!
Boop, here's one. How many do you make?
I can make 4. It's standard dancing lights.
And they're controlled by Katinka. And they have light. And save that, and there's 4 of them. Copy, paste. Here's another one for you to control. Copy,
God.
paste. Here's another one for you to control. Copy, paste. Here's another one for you to control.
Excellent.
Now you
Oh.
can see the whole room as you have these 4 dancing fairy dragons of light in front of you. They can definitely fly into the smoke, and they do become harder to see, and the smoke becomes more illuminated. They do not disrupt the smoke, nor is there any benefit for them to like moving the smoke around. The smoke has receded a little bit. The dresser that is here slightly moves.
Which one?
Here.
Ooh.
Slightly moves. Alright, this is on your action, so you've cast a spell, you've moved forward a little bit, all you've got left is maybe a free action.
Maybe a what?
Maybe a free action.
Okay. Guys, this one moved.
Alright. She is pointing out one of them that did move. Top of the
I'm
initiative.
invisible.
Right. Top of the initiative. Cassie, your invisible friend, said, that one moved.
I'm gonna lightning bolt it.
Alright. You don't know which one she's pointing at because she's invisible, so there's one here.
Oh, never mind. She's being dumb.
Oh, wait a minute. No, she's controlling. She's doing something. She's sending you a message from the invisible world. Send the message.
Bloop, bloop, bloop. Bloop, bloop, bloop. That one with the dragon next to it. Whee!
Okay.
You're lightning bolting it?
Yes.
All right.
It's 66. I guess I did need that bag.
Jesus.
Okay.
Thank you, my love.
What's the save because it's trying to hold as still as possible?
I think it's a reflex. Hold on 1 second.
Mm-hmm. Should be
Yeah.
like a third level.
Reflex. It's third level, so
Okay.
sorry, I
No, it's
didn't write it down.
right there. Your third level, whatever that says.
20.
Yep, great. All right. It has a +5 on its save. So let's see if this poor soul can make it. I rolled a 17 +5. That's a 22. Ooh. You step out of the crowd of gnomes and into the somewhat smoke-filled room. Raise your fingers and make arcane gestures. Blue circles appear around your hands, and you yell the word of power. Hadouken! Right? As lightning begins arcing
That's
between...
the fireball.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
What's the one for lightning?
Fuck your couch.
Probably like Shazam!
Shazam! So you hold your hands out, blue circles of energy, lightning bouncing between your hands. You look toward it, eyes appear on it, and you say Shazam as it's jumping for the circle. It's like, no, I'm getting the hell out of here.
That's 10, 14, 18, 21, 24. So 24 would be thing, and it's halved, so 12.
12 points of damage.
Yes.
All right, then I'm just going to put everything back. All right, so this, it dives for the circle, but your lightning bolt ricochets off the wall, catches it before it actually gets in the circle, and begins to incinerate it, blows massive holes through it, and then it hits off the circle that's on the ground. Some sort of magical interference, and when the lightning bolt hits it, it begins spewing out butterflies and tiny colorful frogs all over the place.
Whoa.
The shift robe, on the other hand, hits the ground in 2 pieces and is on fire now. Not like a blazing fire like the fireballs, just in 2 pieces and slightly burning.
It's smoldering.
Smoldering!
Here comes the smolder.
All right. Evan.
Alright, you had said that after the magic missile, a eye was blasted out of the wardrobe, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to run towards it and take a closer look at it.
At the eyeball?
At the eyeball.
All right. Go ahead and roll me a d20.
Uh-huh.
Add in nothing.
15.
15. It was a perfectly seared out eyeball. The whole thing's intact. You have now... All right, so let me go ahead and move all these tiny little buggers around because 6 squatty potty gnomes just come running into the room. Let's go ahead and move you back. Move you back. Oh, that's the wrong one. Back. I don't care to fix it. Back. Back. How long do your spectral sentinels last? Back.
It was only 1 round per level, so it should only be... I believe I casted it at a level... Was it 2?
I don't remember.
Cast at level 3, so only 3 rounds. So they should be gone by now.
Okay. we'll go ahead and get rid of them.
Smoldering Scully. What are you doing?
Okay. Doop-a-doo. I can't do anything like that. Okay, cool. This is how it works out. So you got the eyeball. And was that it? I'm sorry. My brain just shut down for some reason.
Yes, I was looking at the eyeball.
It is a near translucent orb. There is a definite idea of which is the front end of the gooey sack and which end is the back end, because there's a bit of cord and bloody tissue attached to it.
The gooey sack.
You notice that the wardrobe has teeth, and some of the teeth are still intact if you want to go around digging for body parts.
Ooh, spell components.
Does it have
Can I do a spellcraft search to see if it's a mimic?
Yes, it would be a knowledge arcana.
Knowledge Arcana, perfect. A 27.
27? Yes, this is a mimic's eye.
Ooh. That's exciting.
And I still sense 2 more creatures
Make a perception. A spot.
with my mind sight.
Yes. Because you're active this round, you're paying attention to something else. Now you're looking around to see where it's at. It's kind of like you have to look. It's not like, ping, there it is.
Perfect. And I will end my round just telepathically shouting out to my party members, there's 2 more mimics in the room.
No, you have to make the roll, then I'll tell you if there's 2 more in the room.
I need to make a roll for my mind sight check.
Yes, just for the round. Oh, never mind. I keep forgetting how your damn ability works. No, there's only 1 in the room.
Alright, I'll relay. There's 1 more mimic in the room.
Where?
Where is it? Where is it? Where is it?
I'm gonna do a spot check and see if I can find it on my turn. My spot is non-existent. It'll be fine.
All right, let's get that spot roll. Next is Sarah's turn.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't want to skip.
No, it's okay. After he says that, raise my crossbow and start looking around.
All right.
Spot check. Oh, that's 22.
-4 because of the smoke, and it's stealth.
18.
It's moving slowly, so it doesn't take a penalty. Let's see. Yep, there we go. Oh, and it gets a +4 because of the smoke, so that's a 24. You look around. You're not seeing anything moving. Everything seems to be in the same places that it was when the fireballs began going off. Nothing in this room has moved in any new direction as far as you can tell, because they're making a good sneak roll.
Then I will hold my
And then you
action.
notice, hey, how'd that chest get over by the door?
Twang!
Oh my gosh.
Man, this might be an innocent chest. It might have never done anything wrong.
27.
Yeah, you hit.
Yeah!
Completely innocent furniture being murdered.
Well, you know, it was already dead to begin with, so...
Yeah, it moved. That
Zombie
would...
furniture.
Zombie furniture.
Exactly. 8 points of damage.
All right. Your crossbow bolt goes into it, and the chest begins twitching and making violent jerks. Its little chesty legs shake a whole bunch before they unstiffen and it sinks to the ground, and a tongue comes out of the front end of it.
Insight check! Oh, wait.
Sense motive.
Oh, sense motive! Is it dead?
You think that it probably overacted.
Probably. Where's my sense motive? 10.
Yeah, it's dead.
I got it, guys! I did it.
Excellent work. 3 for me and 1 for you.
It's not about how many we get. It's that we did this as a team.
There's definitely more than that because I forgot all of the little shriekers. So I'm very far ahead.
But it's not about numbers. It's about teamwork.
And I go and I
We
I was
talked
like,
about this.
and I'm like, you know, I just like pat the air. Doesn't matter where she is. It's like you just keep telling yourself that.
But that's
While my teammates are mindlessly bickering amongst themselves on whether or not kill scores count, I'm going to take a look. Sure. I'm going to take a look at the magical circle and do a... Would you like a knowledge arcana for that?
Yes, I would. I'm going to go ahead and dissipate the smoke. The room's still filled with smoke. If you are taller than the gnome, your face is in it. If you're flying above the ground, your face is in it.
Guess I'll walk around on the ground.
Your feet hurt.
My feet hurt.
Because you never use them.
No, I do. Rude.
And I received a 23 on my knowledge arcana.
Check the map, memorize the room number, go to the dungeon description, make sure I'm on the right room. I am. This is that entry.
Excuse me.
Someone has crafted a circle that causes like you best describe it as a polymorph. At first glance, you're just like, oh, this must be polymorph. Transmutation is what you detect. And it's a spell called Wonderwall, and anything that passes through it changes, including magical spells. So it's kind of like a deterrent. The frogs and butterflies have flown out of the circle unhindered. Which leads you to believe, since it was a lightning bolt evocation magic that entered, it's a great possibility that illusionary magic could enter and transmutate.
Sorry, what was the spell called?
Wonderwall.
Like the Oasis song?
Do you want me to sing I can sing the whole thing. Yes,
Please, absolutely.
Please
I
don't.
love that song.
I love you so much. Please don't do that to me.
He's been on lyrics like this entire week. Like just
Oh yeah,
This is your moment.
It's my moment.
sing it loud, sing it proud.
No, I want to get on with the game.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Fair enough. So pretty much anything that enters it changes, including magical spells.
Everything that enters automatically gets polymorphed to a random table from a 2nd edition book that I remember.
Perfect.
All
I
right.
don't think I'm going to go through that circle.
Neither am I.
What
I'm
did you
like-
get, Evan?
A 23 on
Do
my
you-
knowledge arcana.
Do you want to turn the circle off?
Please.
Okay. I mean, if you want to turn it off, your 23 is more than enough to know how to deactivate the circle from this side.
Oh, yeah.
Because the deactivation is on this side, not on the other. So if somebody came through that door, basically this circle's here to keep someone from coming through that door in front of you.
Oh.
Then, yes, absolutely, I'll turn it off.
Okay. It turns off. The rest of the butterflies fly around the room. The frogs try to eat a few of them. And the circle no longer seems to have its pearlescent glow.
Oh.
Verbally, not telepathically, Varianlin will look to his party members and dismiss the mirror image, creating 5 more copies of himself. In doing so, he'll open up his mouth and say, "Guys, that circle changes things, but don't worry about it. I turned it off."
Excellent work.
Whichever one of you is the one that did it?
So you guys, you're in this room. There's blood over here on these spikes. A bunch of burnt furniture everywhere. What would you like to do?
I'll take a look in the topmost chest.
It might be a trap.
Ooh.
Ooh,
Alright.
ooh, I'm a
I'm
rogue.
okay with that.
Okay.
Alright, you can just open it up?
Absolutely.
Awesome. It's locked.
Little Pixie, do you mind?
I have a name.
Ooh.
It's not Little
Katinka,
Pixie.
do you mind?
I guess.
I'm going to inspect the other door. Did we figure out if that door opens or closes yet? I'm not going all the way into where the thing is. I'm gonna be a smart person.
Which door are you inspecting?
That one. The
So-
one to the southwest.
She's talking about that door. So you're moving up.
Yeah.
Or you're standing back over
No,
here
I'm
and
moving
inspecting.
over to it. I just
Okay,
want to
so-
move into the blast radius. That's all I'm saying.
How do you know that's a blast radius? They might just decide to paint the floor in front of the door.
No,
and-
because it
I'm gonna
exploded before.
I'm gonna smear my boot across it and see if it moves. Is it soot?
Yeah, it's it.
There you go. Problem solved.
All right. So we'll start with you. Go ahead and do your spot. Or no,
Okay.
you're doing a search this time because you're trying to see what's up with the door.
Doesn't matter. It's all the same skill. That sucks. I'm just trying to.
It's not as bad as Evan's character, Mala.
Oh, I got a 17 plus 2. I got a 19.
You get a 19. Let's take a look at that. And concealed. There it is. Bam! Look at that's okay. No.
Oh.
You don't. It's just a door. It's just a door.
It's just a door with something fiery on it.
No, it looks like a normal door.
Well, the door looks normal, but nothing in front of it looks normal.
Now, well, the little chest with the crossbow bolt in it,
Well, that
who's
one-
all dead.
that's dead.
Nothing happened to it as it got nearby.
Yeah.
Yep.
Maybe it knew the secret. And it,
pretty
took,
low.
it took the secret to its
question
death.
about the door. Was it affected by the blast at all, or does it look completely unharmed?
Ooh, smart question. Are you announcing this, or do you think you would have thought of that?
I mean, I'm not
I'm
super dumb.
Well, no, you got a 19, yeah.
Yeah.
So you don't see if this is a trap, but the door where everything else in the room is burnt and smoldering, that door isn't burnt and smoldering. So yeah, we'll go in that direction.
Yes.
You're just like something strange here. Oh, now I see it.
This door seems to be fireproof.
Do not blow it up with a fireball.
I wouldn't waste a fireball on a door. Just on other furniture.
A room full of furniture.
Yes.
I just want to make that distinction because you felt more than happy to blow up the other pieces of wood in this room. Oh, we're assuming the door is made of wood. Is the door in fact made of wood?
Yes, it is made of wood.
Magical
Oh, okay.
wood. Fireproof wood.
You should always feel to make any kind of Oasis joke as you want to, because they had, what, one real song?
Yeah.
All right, so let's go over to the other two. Katinka, he's pointing at a box and saying, hey, can you open this? It is a pretty stereotypical looking wooden box, leather covered, iron bracers, big thick iron lock. You're not going to cut through that lock too easily, and the lock looks kind of hefty. Might be a bit of a trick to get open.
Can I assist in unlocking it?
Is it just disabled device?
It is just disabled device.
Okay.
And can I assist?
I mean, I got a 25.
Then I probably don't need to assist.
So she flies over, and you're just like, can I help? And she just stares at you for a minute, looks at the lock, begins sticking picks, and you're like, I mean, I can help. And she continues to pick at the lock, look over you as she's playing with it. I'm very skilled in a lot of things. Click, click, and it comes unclicked. She drops the lock on the ground.
I got this. Good.
All right. It is
Good to
now
go.
lockless, but still not open, because there's no, like, automatic spring hinge thing that pops it open and reveals death and doom spikes flinging across the room.
I open it. But first I let Katinka fly away.
All right. Well, Katinka, the gnome turns, looks at you, smiles, and starts doing the shoe motion. As he's walking to, looks like he's going to open the chest.
Do it.
All right, you fly away. He opens the chest. The chest is about 2.5 by 4 foot, and 2.5 by 3 foot. So you could fit the gnome in there comfortably. I mean, this might be like a portable, like, bed or something. Inside, things that you find: several brown and black leather sacks. There are 4 short swords in here. 2 of them are copper. 1 looks bronze. They don't look well used. They look kind of beat up. There's a suit of chainmail piled in the bottom corner. A couple of small shields or dinner plates. You're not really sure which. A collection of helmets. And 4 pairs, sizable pairs, of rubber boots. There are some sort of woven mat vestments, tongs, pliers, pitons, rope, what looks to be about 20 foot of steel cable. There's a hacksaw, a hatchet, a small set of files, some coins. This box is filled with a variety of tools, as well as a few bits of coin
Oh my gosh.
and weapons.
The very first thing I do before announcing what's in the box, will be to just cast Detect Magic, see if anything in there is magical.
Nothing in the box is magical, but something inside of you is. And it's you. You're magical.
Darn
gosh.
tootin'.
I said that because he's got a horrible spot.
I'll pick up the coins and count them out loud.
All right, you're going to have to dig through. If you want to make sure to get all the coins, you're going to have to do a bunch of digging and pull everything out of the box.
Sure. So
Alright.
the gnome reaches in, and by reaching in, practically falls into the box and starts pulling out everything.
Katinka,
Yeah.
he got in the box. And at first glance, the way it looks is like he's kneeling on the inside. As you come to the other side to look in, he's actually standing up in the box, and his head is barely over the edge.
That's
The height of the box is about 1.5 feet. Your gnome friend stands 3 foot tall. He went into the floor.
What?
Oh man, this one doesn't move, does it?
Is it a box of holding?
He detected no magic, but he didn't tell you that either. So, yeah, it's got to be a box of holding.
Oh, that's weird.
All right, he begins unloading things onto the floor. Pickaxe, folded up crossbows. They fold into just a big stock piece and some sort of leather flappy thing. A big bag full of rounded rocks. He begins unloading quite a bit of stuff onto the floor.
That looks like adventuring gear.
Yeah.
A bit of steel cable, some tongs, pliers. There's a nice file set.
Ooh! I would like those, please.
Adventuring blacksmiths?
There's hammers. There's a piece of stone, wood, and metal that looks like an anvil of some type.
Interesting.
Was Bruce a strong character? Barry Allen's squeaky voice tips up over the edge of the bar.
He was pretty burly. I don't know if that equates to strong, but he also had a bit of a pot belly.
Yeah.
He let himself go. Couldn't fit into his plate mail that well either. Now, come to think of it, maybe that's why. Maybe
they had to
He tosses a bear trap out onto the floor that's open. On the side of the bear trap is the word anything.
Oh.
Oh.
Well.
Familiar?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we all have in our bags.
That's what I put out by the front door.
Yeah, I didn't take a quick look at that.
I'll put this one back in my bag.
Alright, so you're putting that anything into your bag, so you have one with you.
Well, I'll have two with me.
I thought you left your other anything by the door.
You get two anythings.
Oh. Did you pick up
one's an anything and one's
just a regular bear trap. Did you take those files?
Yes.
Your thieves' kit is now considered masterwork.
How heavy is that bear trap though?
Oh, those bear traps are no joke, 10 pounds of metal.
Can you carry 10 pounds of metal?
I put it in my bag of my retriever's kit.
Okay, boom! You pick it up, throw it in, it hits the bottom side and drags you to the ground.
Guys, remember, retrievers' kits don't work down here.
That's why we took everything out and then put it back into the bags, you know?
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that. Never mind, I don't want it anyway.
Alright, now that anything is in the bag, and I'm gonna roll a happy dice.
Oh, Jesus, you just threw it into the bag and then it hit the ground.
I'm gonna roll a happy dice. What dice should I roll? I'm gonna roll a d20. And if I get above a 12, the bear trap clicked open inside the bag.
You mean click shut?
Open. It was already shut.
Oh, you said it was triggered, not triggered.
Oh no, it's anything. Anything's always triggered. So if it's 12 or above, it went off. Mm-hmm. If it's not, it's still armed. 15, yeah.
Oh wait, no, a 7.
Oh, I'm sorry. A 7, because I'm adding 8. Mm-hmm. So no, it didn't go off. So now you're reaching into your bag to retrieve a bear trap inside of a bag filled with other things, so you have to disarm this trap. Roll.
Come on. What the hell is my disabled dice? 23.
23. So...
Anything eats your bag.
Oh, no!
So you toss it in, you crash to the ground, you stop for a moment, realize your mistake after the gnome has reminded you. You open the bag and look in at that glistening death trap inside the bag. And you realize the mistake you have made as you now have to reach into the bag and try to fish it out. So you go over to a piece of broken wood with a nail in it, reach into your bag and begin dragging the two of them apart. Because you ain't sticking your hand in there. You drag the bear trap out and leave it on the floor and then immediately realize that you almost made a terrible mistake. Good thing you're a professional at this job.
I'm really smart, too.
So I'm guessing by this point I've collected all of the coins?
Yes. There are 50 50 gold pieces from a variety of sources of realms, and 120 silver pieces from a variety of realms.
What?
All right, so that is quite a bit. 120 split 3 ways. We each get 40 silver.
I mean, we can't use
And
all of that
then-
here, but we can, exchange it in the magic shop when we get back.
Absolutely. And gold, we should each get 16 gold. And then 2 people get 17.
All right, everybody is very aware that he has unloaded quite a amount of stuff out of this box, and he is standing in the box in a peculiar way that makes it look as if he is like kneeling, or the box is bigger on the inside than it's supposed to be.
I'm totally gonna go check out the box now, since he's just kind of like peeking over the edge of it.
And there's a lot of
There's a-
stuff.
Oh,
Just
right.
quote that.
First I'm gonna come over here. I would like to look at the inside the box, but I would also like to see if I could identify if it we're assuming that, we know that the trap was his, but is the rest of the stuff here his too? Pretty sure.
You're looking pitons, hammer, portable anvil, steel cable, silk rope, regular rope, backpack, burlap sack. Oh, that burlap sack's probably a bag of holding.
Oh, I'm gonna take that and put it in my bag.
All right, you're going to pick that up. Pitons, chisels, other chisels, not the fine set of chisels. Yeah, there's a lot of retriever stuff here for, like, removing doors, opening chests, and stuff like that. There is a big old stick.
How heavy is the folding crossbow?
There's 2 lights and 1 heavy and 1 greater. So there's a total of 4 crossbows you found as you've dug them all up. The lights probably weigh about 2 pounds because they're meant for a human. The heavy probably weighs about 6 pounds, and the great probably weighs about 10, I would say at best. And the great, by the way, requires a hand crank and 2 hands from a human to use.
Whoa.
All right, I would like to take one of the folding crossbows of light.
All right.
I can use the regular one.
Yes, you can. The heavy? Okay, a heavy folding crossbow. Which what it means is it has a concealability. You can stuck it in some place and, nobody sees. There are crossbow bolts in here as well, and no joke, like 5 to 6 quivers worth.
Nice.
Does anybody have knowledge nature?
Nope.
Nope.
Not I, nope.
All right. You are unsure, but everybody is very aware that you are in this weird non-magical box that doesn't fit to what it should be fitting to. So either it's into the floor or some sort of interdimensional magical space that breaks the
Breaks the rules of
break the
this-
rules of this dungeon.
I'm gonna take the big stick and I'm gonna poke at the bottom of it.
Thunk, thunk, thunk.
Does it sound hollow?
No, I'm sorry. Thud, thud, thud. Yeah, it sounds solid.
Okay.
Move the
I'm
chest.
going to hop out of the box and collect 2 quivers worth of bolts.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to move the box.
Okay, you move the box without a problem. You pick it up off the floor, and the inside still looks in that weird shape. Do you want to, put the box on the ground and slide it around with something in it just to test, to see what happens?
No, I think that this is good enough.
All right.
Yep.
You have no idea why it's doing this or why it works, but it works. So technically, you guys are breaking the rules of magic. Not like you haven't done that before.
Well, we aren't breaking it. That box is.
Yeah.
It's not our box.
That's true. Okay, fair point.
Yet. Just saying. It's pretty cool.
I'm gonna check out this chest next to me.
It's
Or
badly
doesn't-
damaged and burnt through the fireball. I never deleted it. Let me fix
Oh,
that.
okay.
Yeah, you're sifting through ash right now.
Oh, okay.
Well, if we've removed the obstacle of that circle, then perhaps we should try going through that door. Unless anybody wants to take a crack at that one, and I point back to the seemingly fireproof door with a bunch of soot and maybe like oil streaks around it.
Oh yeah.
You know, from human fat.
Ew.
Just saying.
I don't know. Should I try to open them? Question mark.
You can try.
Okay.
I mean, we gotta go through one of these doors.
That's true.
Who wants to know which way the arrow is pointing?
I have the scroll, so I was actually just going to make a check.
There you go. It's pointing in that direction.
Alright. And a quick look beyond both doors to sense any intelligent creature.
Alrighty then. 1 second. I know what that one is. What is the other one? It's caught on my... My headset was caught in the book. What's the intelligence minimum?
Any intelligence score. I also sense what the intelligence score is. Basically small, high, etc. And in any direction within 100 feet.
Okie dokie. Doop doop doop. I'm going to zoom out now so I can do some measuring from where you're at. There we go. Yeah, alright, I'm drawing an arrow, and within about 50 feet in that direction, there's something that's about human intelligence.
Alright.
And, yep. And about 50 feet in this direction is something of animal intelligence. And
alright.
Didn't we set, like, it can't go through a certain amount of stone?
It does go through stone.
So
I'm
that's
just
right.
looking through the doors right now.
It permeates every wall and surface, so you're sensing every crawling creature underneath you right now. People passing by above that go, oh, hey, I just farted.
To limit myself, I'll just focus behind the two doors. So 50 feet beyond both doors.
Can you actually focus, or do you just get everything?
Technically everything, but I won't make you tell me every single intelligent creature.
We will also okay. So, I mean, we can restrict. We can do that. I'm good with that.
It also goes up and down.
Yeah. So like you wouldn't sense. That'd be terrible. Sensing all the creatures crawling underneath you. What if you have a bugophobia and you're sensing like bugs underneath?
What if you're on the water? There's a bunch of
Fish. Not a fish.
Dark water. Don't like it.
Wow. Yeah, that could be
exactly.
That's terrifying. That's a terrifying ability. I would never wish that on anyone.
So you go over to let me change to my pinger. You go over to this door first.
Yeah.
About 20 feet, 30 feet beyond it, there are two animal intelligence that you can detect. I take that back. About 8 animal intelligences on the other side. Yes, 8 animal intelligence on the other side of this door. Woo, du quoi! All right. Man. When you go over to this door, focusing carefully and looking beyond it, you detect a human level of intelligence beyond the door. And we're saying you can focus because otherwise you constantly hear, like, no, your friends are behind you and all that good stuff. So we're definitely saying you can focus in.
Wonderful. Okay. I'll look to my party members. Guys, there's only one somewhat intelligent guy behind this door and 8 not so intelligent guys beyond the other door. But I'm not sure if the doors are trapped. Katinka, do you want to take a look at that?
Sure, which way are we going?
I would like to point out he got really close to the door on the
I know.
And nothing happened.
Okay. I was watching that. I didn't want to say anything.
Yeah, I was watching it too. He just walked up, stared at the door, got even closer, got even closer, got even closer.
Well,
Hey,
I
guys.
figured if the mimic didn't set it off, I wouldn't. I'm smaller and lighter than the mimic.
Would you like to test that by maybe jumping up and down in front of the door?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Gonna go over here then.
All right, Katinka.
Door.
Oh, you're getting real close. Are you flying?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go ahead and do your search roll.
Search.
Do want to point out, anytime I ask for a dice roll, you can always take a 10 or a 20 if you're fearful of the results. Especially if you're in a non-violent situation.
30.
30. You're staring at the door. You notice it's not burnt. You're staring at the door. You're not falling for this one. You'll find it. You're going to find it. And then you look down at the scorch marks for a minute. And you turn and face away from the door and then look up at the ceiling. In the ceiling behind the door, there's a tiny little pit inside the cracks that's round and has blackened smudge on it and whatnot. So it's literally a napalm flamethrower that comes from behind.
Oh, man.
Shit. Okay. Holy. Oh. Okay.
Yeah, you're staring at it going, wow.
Holy shit, guys.
Now you found it, and you realize you could cork it, you could damage the end nozzle and stuff like that. You know how you can disable it, but you don't see like the off switch, which tells you that this thing's designed to keep things from coming out of this door, not people going through it. Yeah, it's supposed to, whatever's on the other side, this thing's supposed to deter it from trying to get out.
Oh.
And you're about to go in there. Same thing with the other trap. It's supposed to keep things in over there.
Guys, these traps are to keep things in these doors. Is
Right.
that what we're doing? Okay. Right. On the other side, not this side.
Right.
Okay, so we're doing... Okay, whatever.
Well, I mean, it's either that or we go back and give somebody else the job.
No, we're good. I got this.
And then, you know, then we become the laughing stock of the whole break room.
Bruce's body isn't here, so he made it past that. This.
Yeah. I mean, or he got incinerated by the napalm. So, 28 on my disable roll, please.
Did you remember your new picks?
Yes?
They gave you a +1?
Oh, then 29.
Awesome! Cassie, can you do me a wonderful favor and read that what I just highlighted?
Yeah.
Ruh-roh.
Disable device DC 29.
So you're do you pull out your nice fine picks and whatnot, you're digging, and as you're digging into the ceiling to get this to bend and crimp and whatnot, the nozzle falls out. You're like, oh, and then the stuff begins oozing out, and you're like, oh my god, you begin panicking, you're shoving cork up in there and whatnot, and all of a sudden, like, the metal hits the ground, goes tink, and there's like a quick spark of light as the metal hits stone, and the fluid goes flying everywhere, and you panic and just start shoving cloth up into it, like... You're covered in the napalmish goo, but it's not on fire. The spark didn't light anything, and you're staring at all your friends. She's covered in this black tar.
Oh, honey.
Help! Help! Ooh, prestidigitate me! Prestidigitate me!
I'll cast for that spell.
Clean me!
So, I have it as a spell-like ability, so I can cast it once per day.
Oh, good.
Excellent.
Boom! The pixie is clean.
While she was doing that, I did a knowledge arcana check on the spikes to see if they were any or used in any type of arcanic ritual. I got a 13.
They seem to be used to kill people. I mean, the writing on the wall that's next to it, where it says, look to the right, and it's pointing pretty much at the spiky bits. You're not sure why. Doesn't seem to make too much sense, but they don't seem to be part of any magic ritual.
Okay.
Yeah, DeCroix's right. Don't smoke. That's a bad idea right about now. All right, Katinka, the trap is disabled. You're claimed again, and the door is before you. You don't even know if it's locked.
Let's try the lock.
It's unlocked.
Can I look through the keyhole first?
Huh? No,
Sure.
it actually doesn't. It's not a lockable door. They want the thing to be able to move from one side. No, actually, it's locked. I'm joking. And yeah, you can look through the keyhole.
Awesome. As the most blind character here, I will look through the keyhole.
Make
Which
that
I'm
spot
guessing
check.
is at eye level for me.
Yes.
Prestidigitation.
Dequa made a good point about the magical spikes.
I see nothing. I guess
No, what you see on the other side is a bunch of blackness and yellow. The blackness seems like a slit, and the yellow surrounds it, and the black slit moves back and forth. And then when you look through at it, and it seems to get that black slitted thing disappears.
Okay then.
Oh,
I will step away from the door for a moment.
All right, Katinka, unlock.
You gonna tell me what you see?
I see.
I mean,
blackness.
I can unlock it. Blackness?
Yes.
Okay. 24.
All right, it's unlocked. Yay! That was
Yay!
easy.
You wanna do the honors of or opening the door? Running my crossbow.
Which crossbow? Do you ready one of the folding crossbows that everybody's just picked up, or your personal crossbow?
No, my personal crossbow. My heavy repeating crossbow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you also move some furniture over like a barricade, put yourself behind it, put on a combat helmet, and get ready for shit to happen?
Yeah.
All right.
That's my life, man.
What are we doing, Evan?
I'll
I'll open the door.
You know what?
Nobody else
I'll
is
look
gonna.
back at my party members, give a sly little smile, and knock before taking a 5-foot step back.
All right, you turn, look at your party members. The spell scale walks over to you. You give a sly look. She pushes the door open.
I said I was going to. If
Oh,
nobody
oh,
else was.
oh.
I was like, yeah, but then he went up there. I was like, oh, never mind. He's gonna
Okay.
do it. But instead, he did that, and so now I don't know. I'm kind of gonna, instead of walking up towards the door like I was about to be, is like, fine. Katinka's scared of it. I'll just open it, whatever. And then he went there, and I'm like, nope, never mind. I'm gonna step back now. that's my path.
That's your path.
Yes.
Maybe drag some furniture over.
No, I don't. I mean, I could, but no. I don't want to be like. I don't want to have anything impeding my way if I need to throw a fireball somewhere.
All right, you knock. What languages do you guys speak?
Draconic?
Cool.
Common, Sylvan, Elven, Gnome, Halfling, Draconic, and Dwarven.
Okay.
Common, Gnome, Draconic, Dwarven, Elven, Goblin.
Goblin?
Yeah.
I mean, that's cool.
They are really fun at parties, okay?
Okay.
All right. In a language that no one here speaks, you hear someone yelling at you.
Oh, good.
I will quickly cast Comprehend Languages.
Excellent. So the yelling happens. It stops as you finish the spell, so there's no yelling at this point in time.
I will knock again.
You hear someone yell out, Go away!
Can I tell what language it's in?
No.
Alright. Telepathically, I'll reach out to it.
Okay.
And say... Do you know what happened to Bruce?
All right. So the gnome now has stopped in front of the door. He's knocked once. There was a bunch of screaming. He does finger wiggling. Nothing. He knocks again. There's more screaming. And then the gnome stops and he raises his head and puts his two fingers with his thumbs on both hands, begins going and like he's focusing on something. And from the other room, you guys hear more screaming.
Oh gosh.
And now it's pretty frantic sounding. And we're going to do a dice roll because he failed a will save earlier. We're going to do another will save because this is some pretty scary shit. 11 plus his modifier. I do believe his will is only a +2. Poor guy.
Oh man.
First thing he knows, he gets woke up by the sounds of explosions and fireballs. People are banging on his door. And then they're talking in his mind. You know, what a day.
It's not the best day.
Not the best day. And it is a 3, so a 14. I think he's pretty scared. So he's you hear yelling out. He's yelling out, "Get out of my head! Help! Demons in my head! There's demons in my head! Ah!" You guys just hear like blocks, no, blah 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 blah.
I will rush forward to the door, open it, and stick my head through. Presuming he's, 20 feet away.
Oh man.
All right. You do so. There's also burn marks on this side of the floor. It doesn't do justice. The tiny little icons that you can see at this point in time, those are piles of pillows. And I need to kind of move them a little bit. Let's see if I can do that from here. Now let's just move them over a little bit. Because he's created a wall to protect himself.
Aw.
There we go.
So, pillow fort.
Yes, he has created a pillow fort to keep him from whatever the hell's about to come through that door. Because he is scared, man. There we go. Nice big old pile of pillows. And there's a lot of pillows in this room. Alright, there we go. I think that's pretty good for pillows. Anyways, you can see a massive, rocky-skinned creature on the other side of the pillow fort. He is currently clutching the inside. He's grabbed a hold of his mouth. He's rubbing with his 3 arms the top half of his body, yelling something out loud, which you guys don't understand. But you, Evan, understand it as, "Oh my god, it's in my head. It's in my head. I'm going to die."
Hey there. I'll say out in common. It's just me. Recognize the voice?
He doesn't stop monologuing out loud. He will let's see, how does he deal with his he speaking out loud. You can, again, the situation, he just goes, oh god, the voice is in the room with me, and he's hunkered below the pillows but not enough to be completely unseen, and so he's going to rise up and begin looking over to see if he spots you. Alright, what's his spot bonus?
There is dancing lights behind me, so I would be illuminated at this point.
Yeah, you're gonna be a tiny shadowy figure in his doorway.
Oh no!
There we go. And his spot is a +8. +24. He sees you. And considering his current demeanor, he is standing there for a minute, staring at you, and then he seems to be looking to something to his left, and he's slowly moving toward it. You can tell. Do you want to make a sense motive, maybe kind of judge his intent?
Oh no.
Does anybody else want to jump in here as well?
I will move closer to the door because, maybe I'll push the door open more.
Our side is deactivated, but I'm not sure about the other side, and there is a lot of ash around it.
Well, then
I only mention this because I assume you guys can look around me.
Yes. So I'm gonna push the door open all the way, and I'll stand behind the gnome, looking over him to try to see what's going on.
Maybe right here?
That's not me.
That's me!
Maybe right here?
Yeah, that works.
Ah, where am I? Where did you move me?
Back to where you were?
No!
Right
I can't see it. Oh, now I can see it.
You were invisible.
Ha ha
I
ha.
activated the invisible thingy on you. Alright, so this is the position you're at. You can see this creature. Do you want to make a sense motive on it, as it seems to be acting... You're trying to judge what its intent is?
Roll of 7.
13.
Well, he's not really hiding his intent, but you think he might be going for a weapon, and from where you're standing just a little higher up, you think he's going for a weapon too.
Well, I will be ready to bounce out of the way to the wall to avoid any kind of stuff.
Sure. All right.
Because it seems like Varianlin is doing something to this creature, and I don't want to mess it up if it's gonna help us out.
All right, Katinka.
And by mess up, I mean
Should I take him out?
No, I think Varianlin's having some fun.
In common, I'll shout out, "Hey there, we mean you no harm. We just ran into a bunch of exploding furniture back there, and we were able to jump out of the way. Do you know anything about exploding furniture?" And this would be a bluff.
Can it speak common?
In the player's handbook.
I imagine that he's speaking common, but telepathically saying it in his head.
Not telepathically.
Yeah, no, he's just speaking it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You have to touch him to understand him. For comprehend language to work.
Shoot.
No, it's fine. I forgot too. You've got a cast, but all you still hear is blabbering at this point in time. It really wouldn't change the situation if you knew exactly what he was saying.
Fair enough. So knowing that now, rather than trying to bluff him, I'll telepathically reach out to him once more and say, "One second, can I tell if he's a burrowing creature?"
Do you want to make a knowledge arcana?
Please.
Or knowledge engineering? Either of those two will identify this creature.
A 21 for knowledge arcana.
It is a Zorn, and they're from the Earth elemental plane. Yes, they are burrowing creatures.
Alright, I will cast my second SLA of the day, which is, once per day, speak with animals, burrowing, only. Duration 1 minute.
Alright. So, you enchant yourself with the burrow animal thing, and what do you say to him?
We mean you absolutely no harm.
Alright.
Do you want me to, drop my weapon as a show of good faith?
The creature freaks out at whatever you said into his head. He loses it at this moment in time, dives
I would
into
have
the
said it out loud.
Okay, so
With
you
the,
right. That's what I'm saying. When you say it, because you're trying to speak to a burrowing animal, you make a chittering noise. And you're trying to communicate with him, and I'm not just turning this into a joke fest, because you're trying, and this should be working, but he doesn't have a low enough intelligence to be considered an animal. And so when he hears this, because of his nature, he attacks. He goes for his weapon. Since he's got a prepped attack, he gets to go first.
I also had my crossbow ready.
You do? Do you want to shoot him?
Yes!
Wait, what is his weapon?
A giant pillow. He throws it at Varianlin. 16. It's an area touch attack, so that's considered touch, just to hit you with it. He hurtles a massive 2-pound fluffy pillow at you and begins loading up the rest of his arms with other soft implements to launch his next volley.
Oh, this guy's adorable.
Open fire with your crossbow. I mean, he did attack your friend. With a pillow.
I mean, they would just be my sleepy arrows. So
go to sleep. Pow, pow, pow. Go to sleep. Pow, pow.
well, no. So whenever we were resting up there, before we came down into the dungeon, I was licking all my arrows to make sleep arrows.
I remember that. Yeah.
Okay, good.
Well, you had a prepped attack, and Varianlin just got hit by a pillow. Right, Varianlin?
Yes.
16. Will that hit your touch AC?
Touch AC, yes.
All right. Bam. It's a pretty. It's about. I wouldn't say 2 pounds. I think it needs to be weighed more like 5 pounds worth of fluff to be a large pillow.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
So would that
that's a
just
large- that's a
knock
big
me
creature.
prone, no damage?
No, it'd make you stumble backwards.
Alright, I will stumble backwards via the force of a fluffy
I will
entity.
definitely dodge the stumbling gnome. Oh man.
Do you have diplomacy, Zargosa?
I have some diplomacy, but I am a better bluffer, and I feel like bluffing is a much better way to do body language stuff. That's my personal opinion.
So one thing I was reading about diplomacy was to do a full diplomacy check takes 1 minute.
Yeah.
And to do a rushed diplomacy is at a -10
That is correct.
to try to attempt it in 1 round.
Yeah. So
Bluff is the better choice to go.
yeah. So yeah, I don't know what this creature is.
He's not tiny. He's medium, like your size, and broad,
but-
with 3 claws hands that end claws. I mean,
Yeah, but it seems really evident. Like you can tell, you can smell fear from anyone.
yeah.
That's like fear, and he only has pillows as weapons. We can just literally kind of skirt the napalm thing and just be like, don't worry, everything's fine. So yeah, so I will step
Before you
up
go up into
door.
before you go up into the doorway, I'll turn invisible and I'll start trying to disarm the napalm trap on the other side. If it's there.
It's not there.
Oh, okay.
So I'm gonna put my hands up. Just be like, okay,
You want to move here?
I want to move there.
All right.
But like showing, look, no, we're not armed. Everything's fine.
Okay.
We're not here for you. We're looking for a friend.
All right. Make your bluff roll.
I critted it.
Oh my goodness, a 20.
Plus my 16. 36.
Wow. So it's probably thrown at least 2 more pillows. So as you step in and you dodge and you're making your hand gestures and whatnot, it loads up some more pillows and it's watching as you've got no hands. There are pillows all on the floor nearby you could pick up and rearm yourself with, and it has got them ready. Soak them in napalm juice, weaponify the fluffy couch with.
Oh gosh.
Wow.
That's terrible.
I mean, I can. I just have to take the cork out.
Right.
So as it watches your passive hand gestures and whatnot, it shifts position to make sure it's like at least, facing you, and with at least one pillow. And as you move in, it drops the pillow in one arm, reaches out and drags its fort back so it keeps its ammunition near it. It's got a comfortable wall of protection between you and it. It would probably be difficult to run over that to get to him.
That's okay. I mean, I don't think he's what we're after, so I honestly don't care.
All right. With a 36, you're able to walk in the room and skirt the blast radius. He, like I said, pulled the thing closer to him, and his mouth is on the top of his body, and so when he makes noise, it comes out, and he does this cat hissing thing at you, like get away, just being very defensive.
Okay, but I think that if we just give it some space, it's not gonna bother us.
I was giving it all the space and I got a fluffy pillow to the face.
Oh, you aren't as attractive as I am. Probably.
Yeah, that's true.
All right.
So, I'm going to look very friendly and, and we're just, I'm pointing in the direction, and I ask very inland, in the direction that I'm pointing, which is north. It's is this way? We're going this way.
All right. Scrollify. Let me zoom out here a little bit, just make sure I'm...
A little bit to the west, but yeah. Yeah, that way.
1 second. Actually, I think he's right here now. Yeah, so yeah, that's like that. Did you get that?
Okay. So there's... how many options do we have for...
Coming into the room, there's a lot of light, and you can see... Let's just move this so the audience can see as well. There are, and I'll do a quick descript, a slope pit lined with iron spikes lies in the west side of this room. There's a rotting odor in the entirety of the room. A large pillow palace dominates one side, giving adequate cover to whatever happens to reside inside of it. You can see, and I'm going to click on the map over here for you guys. This is a portcullis, and this is another portcullis, and on the edge of the light right now, you can see something over there. If Katinka was to move her, lights farther into the room, that would change what you guys can see. There you go. Yeah, see, now you can definitely see that door over there.
Okay. And they don't have to stick together. They can go anywhere.
Yeah, she
it's
just
10 feet apart. A radius of 10 feet.
Yeah.
But
So
I can move it.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay.
It's still a lot of light.
So I'm going to slowly kind of skirt my way. Can you... This one? Oh, there we go.
Yeah, that...
staying close to... Why am I not an image? There we go. So I'm just gonna kind of make my way over here.
Yeah, you put yourself into the wall.
Right? This one? I'm gonna walk up to here and be like, this one or the next one?
All right. We're going to move so that we can kind of see. Unfortunately, there's not enough light going in there, so you got to walk over and examine it. Katinka, want to drag your lights over there? The thing has shifted a lot of its pillow fort to get away from you guys, so we're going to shift more of the pillow fort. Shift more of the pillow fort. Shift more of the pillow fort. You guys can make spot checks at this point in time to notice things around the room. If there was secret traps or secret doors. You critted it.
I did.
That is awesome.
I got 26.
21!
2.
Unless crits count.
I love his spots.
Yeah.
You're more focused on making sure not to walk in the burn area because nobody told you whether there's a trap on this side or not. So you're stepping on all the non-burnt spots, tiptoeing through this injunction. As you have moved along this wall, looking back over your shoulder at everyone else, you can see that there is an emanating blue light coming from inside beyond this portcullis that you can see. Do you want to get closer, maybe look in?
Sure.
All right, let me put you like right about there. I'm going to grab this guy. And we're going to put him right about here. So you can... And as you can see, there looks to be a blue magical circle on the ground in this room. You want to make a knowledge arcana?
Yeah, sure. I don't have it,
Oh, never mind.
so I can't.
How about a spellcraft?
Do you want to tell me?
I have. Yeah, I have. Let's see. I do have spellcraft. I think. No, I don't. Yes, I do. Ha. 23.
Do you guys want? Oh, I'm
Evan?
good at those rolls.
All right.
I will sit down on one of the pillows and look at the creature.
All right, as you sit down on one of the pillows, it begins masterfully stacking all these pillows into walls, barricades, towers, tunnelways.
Poor baby.
I mean, he's really good. He or she is really good at organizing these pillows. And when it sees that you're on top of one of the pillows, it seems to kind of like begin looking around. Make an intelligence check. You see that this is some sort of entrapment spell in here.
Oh.
You can't make it out
Who's
too
making the
well.
intelligence?
Evan, you're making an intelligence check. Katinka, what are you doing?
And 7.
I am looking around.
All right. Hold where you're at. Evan, you think it's color coordinating the castle out of pillows. You think. Because right about now, it's eyeballing the pillow you're sitting on.
I will stand up and offer the pillow
It will take
over
it.
the top.
It will take the pillow and immediately put it into place, and it continues to go to build and shift its castle away from you, as you know, in some manner. But now it's ended up that there's a tunnel of pillows that allows you to walk into the pillow fort. Katinka, you've moved up, and this hallway that you're looking at, there's a ruin right beyond the portcullis. It is on the ground. Let me check which one that was.
A ruin.
A ruin.
Ruin.
Knowledge, Arcana, or a spellcraft with Detect Magic. Either one will work for me.
Yeah, I don't have them. I have spellcraft,
Great.
but not with. Like, I don't have detect magic.
All right, make a spellcraft.
I still have detect magic active.
Uh, 20... 23. There we go.
The symbol is definitely a bit foreign to you. It looks like it might be an altered form of magic. So whatever the symbol's purpose is, it's definitely part of a trap. It's gotta be. Maybe a ward. You're not sure.
Should probably ask the expert. That's not me, by the way.
All
Yeah,
right.
I know.
So the gnome has found an entranceway into the Pillow Castle. The spell
I
scale.
will take it.
Hang on 1 second. The spell scale is noticing some sort of magical entrapment in the other room, and the thief has found herself a ruin she can't read. What do you guys want to do? Starting with Cassie.
That's a trap. I'm not going in there. So I'm going to I'm gonna go to, I guess, the next one over, because it seems like it's probably in one of these two ways we need to go to get somewhere to where we need to go.
Okay, so you want to shift over here to where Katinka is?
Yeah.
All right. As you turn to begin stepping away, you hear what sounds like metal on stone begin to slide.
Uh-oh.
Something shifted, and
Where am I hearing it from?
you are hearing it from in this room.
Oh, good. Great. I'm gonna make sure that the portcullis is down, and then I'm still stepping away from it.
All right, let's check to see if that's actually true for this door. Let me go to that room number. It is down, but it's just like a wooden portcullis. You just lift it up if you're strong enough, you guess, right? I don't know if your character's very strong.
I have a 12. So, possibly.
Yeah, you could lift it up.
I'm going to see if I can use my immovable rod to keep it down until we figure out what's in there.
All right, that's going to be a disabled device roll to figure out the best place to put it.
Oh. 17.
Yes. All right, you're contemplating that. Let's go ahead and move over to Katinka.
Haha! Which one is moving?
None of them are moving yet.
What's moving?
But sound is happening, right?
Yo, you're too far away from the opening to have heard it. It's not like boomy, echoey. It's definitely
It's
you have
soft.
you have to be by the portcullis to hear this.
Okay. I'm gonna, fly over to where, Barry Inland, sorry.
Yes.
I have a name.
Alright, Barry Inland is, and say, very quietly into his ear, "Hey, can you come check out this room?"
All right. Very inland, as you've stepped into the portal, you move in. There is this creature on the other side of what would best be described as the courtyard of this pillow castle. It's not really big. The creature does take up quite a bit. You see it's holding a pillow in front of one of its limbs, down around its midsection. Another one is placed on top of its head. And then lastly, one in its arm as if it's some sort of weapon. So it's got a helmet, a weapon, and a shield up. You step in and there are 3 pillows nearby. They're kind of small pillows. The creature's one black-slitted eye is watching you. And you realize you've just stepped into some sort of, pillow fight tournament. What catches your attention, or what is scattered on the ground around, marble-like gemstones in piles. The creature has been moving them around as you guys have been shifting toward his castle. It's protecting its treasure.
Aww.
Are the gemstones behind it, or
Yes.
just scattered around on the ground in front of it?
Behind it.
I will put a pillow on my head.
Okay. As you do that, it shifts and readies its weapon pillow and brings its weapon shield, pillow shield up in a defensive manner. Your base attack is higher than 1. You could pick up another pillow as a weapon or a shield.
Absolutely.
All right, weapon or shield, which is it?
I'm just taking a look, and one moment. I will cast another mirror image of my... no, I'll pick up a weapon.
All right, so you have a helmet on now, a weapon in hand. You're getting ready for the battle.
Absolutely.
Now,
Okay, just making sure.
Theo, your turn.
Is he there?
Me?
That's exactly what you feel like at this point in time. Your eyes open, you're looking down at the ground, it's really cold. You feel your strength coming to you as the torpor has started to slip away from your body, and reality and life and awareness is coming back.
I look around.
You can see that you're lying on the floor. You're in your armor. Your arming sword is nearby. It's in its scabbard, sitting on the ground. And you seem to be surrounded by blue markings and circles on the floor.
Oh, what in heavens? Can I look more? I don't know what's going on.
You can see some light. Give me 1 second, and we will work on this. That button, this button. All right. I'm now giving you your character. Yeah, has sight. Doesn't have anything else. Not yet. You don't emanate light. So you are right there. I just pinged the map. I'm going to drag it over to you. You are in the darkness, so this is what you see. We can't see you right now because your character's actually in the darkness. But your character's there, trust me. But you see that there's a portcullis nearby you. Light beams through it. And you think you see someone standing in the portcullis. It looks like a woman. You can't make out many details. She's slim of figure and kind of reminds you of Glenda.
Glenda.
You hear that voice
Glenda,
call out from the dark.
I rush towards.
All right. As you move toward the edge of the blue circle, you hit something, physically like a barrier, and energy begins sparking all around you.
Is it blocking my path?
No, it seems to be resisting, slowing you down. You look through the doorway and you can see a man in full plate pushing against a magical barrier. By the way, there's something laying on the ground nearby you that the light displays for you. We're going to give it a little bit of light because it has light. 5 foot. No, that was you. I didn't want to give you light. You don't get light. That thing. There it is. There we go. Hang on for 1 second. I need to do one more thing.
While you're setting up the light, I'm guessing as I pick up the weapon, Katinka flies by my ear to tell me to check something out.
Yes, Katinka said to you, I don't remember how it works. I got it backwards. I want this to be this and this to be this. There we go. Bam! Figured it back out. Bam. Okay, good.
Looks like Sarah.
It's a skull. There's a skull, a small skull on the ground next to you.
I pick it up immediately.
You recognize the gem encrusted into the forehead.
Is this? God, no. No, do I recognize it?
You can hear some sort of troubled communication going on in this room as you see this. Yeah, the stone looks very familiar to someone that you once knew. Maybe, but that was yesterday. It had to be just yesterday.
This is impossible. This can't be them. I just sit there trembling, holding the skull, not knowing what's going on.
The shield, this barrier that's resisting you as you're still pressed up against it, doesn't seem to be harmful. You, on the other hand, see what looks to be this energy is like ripping all over the place, and this guy's just pressed into it.
What? I look behind me and I see
They're in the pillow fort.
Disappeared
into the pillow fort. Do pillow
I look
fight.
over on the other side. Just. Hello?
So as soon as Katinka does whisper into my ear, I will drop the weapon and bow, letting the pillow slide off my head, and kind of just walk away slowly.
The creature cheers to itself, making like a little victory dance as if it has defeated you. And then immediately jumps back over to its stones and begins scooping them up.
Katinka, what did you want me to look at?
There's a rune over here, and I can't read it, and I need you to look at it.
Okay, while I look at it, can you just ping where it is?
Ping.
Perfect. While I look at it, can you battle the thing in a pillow fight for me?
I am invisible right now, so I will spin around and kind of shoot pixie dust out so it looks all glittery and then come visible. And then grab a pillow.
Perfect. And I will scoot up to the leftmost portcullis.
All right. And so you're watching this display on the other side with the electrical energies, and you look back over to them, and there you see Varienlin coming out of the Pillow Fortress.
Okay, well...
And as you're watching, Varienlin, as you step out, you're walking over to where where she pointed. You see that Zarkosa is standing near a portcullis. She has a kind of a look of surprise on her face, and there looks like lightning is coming from the other side of the portcullis she's standing next to. And she looks from you to the portcullis and then back to you, as if communicating some other bit of, come over here and look at this shit.
Reaching out telepathically to Zarkosa. One moment, let me just look at this glyph, then I'll take a look.
Okay.
And would that be a spellcraft check or a knowledge arcana check?
If you have detect magic up, you can use spellcraft. It's whichever
I do have
you
detect magic.
Whichever you want. Theo, I'm going to move the light source onto you so that you have a light source now because you're holding the skull. I'm assuming you're hanging on to it for the moment.
I'm clutching it right now. All you hear is you see the light all around me. I'm just yelling, "No! No!"
A 23 to detect the glyph.
Okay. You got 23, which is the same thing that she got. You definitely see it, but you're not recognizing it due to some change in the local way in which it was written or what it functions as. But you know it's definitely a magical glyph. Might even be just a ward.
Can I take a minute to take 20?
You can, but that makes if 1 round you'd be taking 10 rounds, 1 minute worth of time to stare at him. Is that what you want to do?
I'm okay with that. Yep.
Cool. All right.
And I still have detect magic, so I'm not sure if that would lower the amount of time or not, but just wanted to shoot that.
That's why it's still holding at a minute and not going up to 10 minutes.
Cool.
All right, Zarkosa. You see the pixies now having a pillow fight with the creature in the palace. You see he's off staring through a door while you don't even know.
So yeah, I'm hello?
Theo,
No response.
you can hear the voice. It's like it echoes. This room is either really empty or you're having a dream of some type.
Hey!
What?
Just no response. Just still staring.
Is the pseudo, maybe it's an animated thing that's doing some animated illusion or something. Do you have a detect magic running?
Yes.
This circle is magical, but so is the skull he has, but he is oozing necromantic magic.
Okay.
Theo, what do
That's
you want to do?
Not inherently a bad thing.
I'm still entranced in this.
Well, Varienlin has decided that he needed to meditate on that rune.
Only for a minute.
Then, and Katinka is
battling
in a pillow fight.
I'm gonna win.
Because,
I'm gonna win.
I'm gonna lift the portcullis.
Okay.
And hold it up with my immovable rod once it gets
Click.
there.
It's open.
There's someone over in here, guy. I'm gonna go say hi.
30 more seconds. Let me check it out before you go in.
Oh, too late.
Hey, wait! Don't go in there without me.
I'm not going all the way over there. I'm just trying to get its attention. Hello. You with the glowy skull and the suit of armor.
Bzz, snap, snap, snap. The lightning coming off of it.
Still staring at the skull. No response.
I'm gonna throw a rock at it.
All right. Roll the hit.
16.
Katink. Something pounds into the side of your helmet. Nice shot, by the way.
Thank you.
For a moment there, I lose train of thought. But then, realizing what's happening, I focus back on the skull.
He does stop for a moment and, look around, but then he looks down at this skull again.
I'm gonna see if I can figure out the runes, I guess.
Sure.
I'll take a spellcrafty look at them. I'm gonna move a little closer. I'm not gonna get too close.
Maybe like that?
Yeah. I want to be close enough to maybe see the runes, perhaps, that are in it. Maybe. 20.
These aren't ruins designed to stop someone from getting in and out. They are there. They're also not designed to keep people out. Whatever this thing is, it's related to soul trap and some sort of energy bind. It's like a soul siphoning power circle. You throw somebody in to trap them or take magical energies from their body. That's what you're getting from this.
Whoa.
This is some seriously potent magic. You get the concept of it, but you don't know any way of casting it.
This is... Man. I kind of wish Aramithian was here. He would know a lot about this.
I'm abandoning the pillow fight.
I'm pretty sure you almost won, but leaving the pillow fight gives it joy as it feels as if won.
So by this point, do I know what the rune ahead of me is?
Man, somebody has made an epic level attempt to make this a near unbreakable rune. It's designed to bestow curse on anyone of chaotic alignment who passes by it.
And with Detect Magic up, can I tell approximately what level it is?
Bestow Curse is 5th level, and its specialized effect makes it a 7th level spell. Bumping it up 2. And once it goes off, it automatically resets itself the same round.
Shit.
Trigger is getting within 5 feet of it. So right now the portcullis is keeping you, if you're chaotic in alignment, safe.
Wonderful. Now that I know what it is, I will join the other two.
It's like, oh, no.
Zerkosa, what is that?
Well,
And I'll point at the magical...
that, my friend, is a soul siphoning circle. I've only heard about them. This is the first time I've ever seen one. And
there's a guy in...
That's the person whose soul they're sucking out.
Should we...
You know how long it'll take?
Well, it looks like perhaps they already got one.
As you guys are watching, and those who you have Detect Magic up, which I do believe that's only Very Inland and Zarkosa.
Yeah,
Very Inland, you see that the man in armor ebbs are necromantic magic. The skull he's holding has necromantic evocation and transmutation magic coming from it, and the circle itself is necromantic in origin. Necromantic and abjuration in combination.
Is he intelligent?
Yes.
I'll reach out telepathically.
All right.
Hi.
Other than speaking, you can sense minds, right? And get a general view of what's in their head, right?
I do not. So mind sight essentially works as though I can see where the mind is and how strong the mind is. I can't detect thoughts, I can't read minds, etc., etc.
The mind is strong, and it's definitely a thinking mind that's there. Only one, though.
Hi there. How are you necromantic?
You hear as you are in the ballroom, and everyone is having their gallant moment, dancing, and you can hear the sounds of the chimes. And Glenda is giggling, as she's trying to convince you to go to the garden. You hear that voice boom over everything, Theo.
What? I look around.
All right. For a moment, the ballroom disappears. You're once again in this strange room with a blue magic circle surrounding you. But now there are fiery dragons flying outside of it. A small gnome nearby. The slender woman seems to have gotten closer.
Fiends! Get away! I pull out my sword and take a wild swipe as I'm in delirium.
All right.
I will take out my own rapier and hold it by the blade, showing him the hilt.
Stay back! Don't get close to her! What? And then I focus in. I really pay attention to what's going on. What do they look like?
I won't get close to her at all.
Who's her?
Yeah, who's her?
You see
I think he's talking about the skull.
Huh.
Okay, I'm going to click on the map. You can see the map, right?
Yep.
All right, this one is a small woman that's floating on wings. You've only heard of creatures of Fae that are like this, but this is one, and she's right in front of you. This woman's skin shimmers. What colors again?
It is an iridescent, purple, violets, and blues.
And you have this...
With a little bit of green.
There's a little bit of green. Here are some flying dragons swarming. Little red fiery dragons. You remember assisting the king in thwarting, a dragon that attacked a town. These things are tiny.
No, my dancing lights are little. They look like little fairy, Navi.
Okay.
They're just round balls with little,
They look like that thing from...
Oh, my bad.
Zelda.
My bad.
Hey,
Mine look like dragons.
And over here, there's a short man. By the way, everyone that you know are human.
I just stare and... What is going on? Who are you?
Who are you?
who
This
are
isn't
you?
the ballroom?
I will wave and say, again telepathically, I'm the voice inside your head. Don't worry, I don't mean you
Tiny
any
man! What? What are you doing here? What happened to the guests?
I'm showing you my sword. I mean you absolutely no harm.
I don't even have a sword.
We're in a dungeon and you're trapped inside a magical circle.
Dungeon? This isn't a dungeon. This is a kingdom. How did you get in here? Who are you? Is that Are you a fairy?
No, I'm a pixie. There's a difference.
I don't... I look down in the skull.
It's...
Remember...
Yeah, you don't see a small child anymore. You just see a skull with a... By the way, the skull he's holding is the size of a child or a halfling skull, and it has a collection of gemstone. Not perfect. It's not like a perfectly cut gemstone, but it looks like a growth of crystal in the center of its forehead, almost like a horn. but not to a point.
Just like a
growth of gemstone.
like a third eye.
Yeah, like a third eye.
So
after looking down at the skull again, I just dropped to my knees and started trembling. How? I was just there.
I just rolled a 32 to do a spellcraft check on the circle.
The function of the circle is to take living life out of something and transfer it to somewhere else.
Can I see a way to turn it off?
With a 32, yeah, it shouldn't be able to be too hard.
Just gotta scrape the ruins.
You just gotta scrape the ruins. Somebody with a disabled device and a knowledge of deactivating magic should be able to handle that.
Alright. I'll keep that to myself and verbally reach out to the knight. If I take away the barrier, will you harm us?
Harm you? I don't even know what's going on. I cast detect good and evil. Are they a good, evil?
Oh, who's got a good alignment? Who's got an evil alignment?
I have neither.
Also
Neutral.
neither.
None of them come up as good nor evil.
I'll have to trust you from now. I don't know what wicked sorcery transported me to this place and placed this illusion in front of me.
Poor fellow.
Alright, before revealing the secret to Katinka, I'll just do a spellcraft check on the skull. At a 23.
The evocation magic that you're getting from it is a light spell that has worn itself away. The necromantic magic seems to be more or less tied to him. So it's maybe a spell on him, or he has a spell on it, but that same spell is joined between the two of them. And the abjuration magic is a protection from evil.
Alright.
On the skull. So whoever is holding it most likely gets the benefit.
Alright. Katinka, if you think he won't hurt us, all you really have to do is disable the circle by scratching the rune.
You've got tools for that.
I do.
Katinka, do you want to borrow some of my tools as well? I have tools that let you stand far away.
Like tools on sticks?
Yeah, essentially.
Sure, why not?
So from a mechanical standpoint, I have Long Spoon Masterwork Thieves tools. You can disable devices 5 feet away instead of
5 whole
touching
feet. It's awesome. Especially when the game master's like, yes, go disable that trap. I'll do it from 5 feet away. Fuck.
Sure. Bink.
Alright, they are 3 pounds. And I'll take it off my sheet.
Disable device. That is 27.
Oh, right. Yeah, not a problem.
Sorry, 28.
Oh, 27? Yeah. Masterwork still. You take the tools, you reach out, you begin making efforts at them. The tools react a little bit to the circle, but then they just stop glowing. All of it. Still blue, still slightly illuminated. You know, it's the paint itself that was used is kind of bright in the light of the room
It's
from
like
you guys.
bioluminescence.
Yeah, but the magical glow is definitely gone. There is nothing else in this room. It is pretty barren save for the circle. There's a door to your north and a door to the east from where you're at. The door to the north is a wooden door. The door to the east is stone.
Can I sense anything past the doors?
Which one do you want to go to first?
I won't go to it, but I'll just look past the north door since it's the general direction.
Oh gosh. Where's that button? There it is. Zoom out a little bit. That's in. You sense about 4 or 5 animal-like intelligence north of you. Oh, and there's something human-like intelligence over this way. Scanning. Oh, hey, over this way, there's like 7 or 8 animal-like intelligences.
All right, thank you.
Right about here, there's an intelligence. And here.
Are you sure about that last one?
Back over here. Scanning. Not getting anything. I love this. This is really cool. Bing! Bing! Right? Alright. Theo, the magic is gone. You are no longer trapped.
That little bit more clear mind as I look upon everyone. What kind of magical creatures are you?
I'm a pixie.
Tiny man? That's a small pixie. I've never seen anything. Only in legends.
I can be a medium pixie, and then I go ping, and I'm medium sized.
I look very visibly like spooked.
Don't scare him. He's only woken up.
I suffer from dwarfism. I would appreciate not being insulted because of my height. Okay? God.
Is he always this sassy?
Yes.
Yes.
No.
What's
Can I look around? Does it look anything like where I just was my last memory?
You were where? What did you remember? Because that would be the better answer.
You said the last thing I saw was the ballroom and Glinda and her smile, and that's it. And then just now. Felt like only a day has passed. Does it look anything like ballroom or anything?
No. Dust-covered floor. Magical circle thingies, spellcasters, strange creatures. Your uncle's gone, the king's gone, the court's gone. Nothing here seems familiar. But you're looking at your gear. You have 2 weapons on you. Your shield. Your sword is in the sheath. You begin checking. Your pick is still attached to its weapon holster. Looking back in the circle, you see the remnants of your morning star. Smashed. Upon looking at your weapons, they were not readied for combat. So whatever happened to you, you were waylaid. You were caught by surprise, and now whatever that did, you're here.
Foul demons must have done this. Can I look if the skull is real? It must be a falsehood. It has to be.
You feel, this could have been her skull because of so many factors. Small, the gemstone, it's glowing. You knew she was magical. Everybody knew she was, but there's a hard level of belief because that was just yesterday. How can a skull be so clean one day later?
It's not.
You do realize that you're
zone out again.
You do realize though your training comes back as a warrior. Your combat training tells you that it's time to start looking to dig in, looking to start trying to figure out what is next. Where to go. You won't. Yeah, you got to change the fiery thing to the square boxy thing.
Thank you.
Otherwise, you won't move anything. So your training's kicking in at this point in time, telling you, you're getting the ideas like, I'm in a new place, things are not what it is, and so I will let you make a will save to regain composure.
Okay. And that is wisdom?
It's a will. It's actually one of the saves listed on your character sheet.
Okay.
As he's doing so, can I make either a spellcrafter knowledge arcana to tell what kind of creature he is?
+4.
He's covered in a full suit of plate mail. Unless he takes off a helmet or a glove, you're not going to have any good information. Otherwise, he's a walking suit of armor.
That's pretty much my assumption.
It's a 10.
Okay. You're becoming confident. You feel holding the skull like she's with you. Something inside you lets you know that the reason you're alive right now is because of her.
I look down fondly and feel the warmness. Looking in, I just have to accept this fact that I failed. And I ready my sword. And I look around. I'm like, this is obviously not where I'm supposed to be. Let's get out of here.
I move up towards him because he's like kind of in shock. Cause like, and my palms are out, and there's no weapons that he can see on me. He's like, "What's your name, friend?"
My name? Well, it's Theo.
That sounded out.
Theo.
There you go. Hi, Theo. I'm very inland.
Fairy Inland?
Very inland.
Nice to meet you, tiny man.
Tiny man.
What did I say about my height?
Oh, I apologize. Very inland.
No D.
The rest of your names?
My hand on I am Zarkosa, and this is my good friend Katinka.
Hello, fairy dust.
I put my sword to my chest and bow properly. Nice to meet you all.
Theo, since we freed you, can you do us a favor?
Favor? What do you ask, small one?
I'm wondering if you can challenge a guy in a pillow fight.
We
Pillow
don't.
fight?
No.
Pillows?
No.
You're aware of what a pillow is. But
That's a child game.
yes, exactly.
We're in some sort of evil dungeon. What is pillow fight?
Everyone remain calm.
Suffice to say that it's an elemental who has a lot of pillows and treats them as weapons and armor.
Yeah, so I would actually recommend you sheath your blade for now.
Yeah.
It's
Slowly
actually a quite
sheath
dangerous creature, and we don't want to agitate it. It's actually
Only the most powerful mages could conjure up a small. Of course, it won't be dangerous. It's ridiculous.
Right. Well,
We
see your
got rid
face?
of the danger in this room, but danger in the south room.
it's a very real possibility.
I'm used to danger. Stand behind me, and I march right towards where they
No,
talk.
no.
Stop.
Stop.
No
You have been asleep for a very long time, Theo. A lot has changed. Monsters that you may deem as monsters may not be now. You must take some time, and I'm going bluff all in. It's like, you need to take some time, recollect yourself, and try not to get in any trouble.
If she's bluffing, then I'm gonna do an insight or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Sense motive.
Do it.
That's motive. Okay.
Yes. Go for it.
Yeah, you could actually do it.
Okay. 22.
Yeah. I'm totally going in. I'm trying to be like real. You know that you feel the amount of. Oh, sorry. You feel like the just the slightest amount of sleaze where maybe she's being honest, but she's not really she's not really saying everything specifically as you would expect a person to be completely honest with you.
She's trying to let you down easy.
Yes.
I don't trust you, sly one. I feel the twinge of lies in your voice. I go in.
Wow. Please don't hurt that small child thing.
It's not a small child.
Yes, it is. I believe it's a child.
It is a child, but it is not small. And
it doesn't matter.
This thing right here, this walking clanker, is going to cause us problems.
All right, so you want to head south toward the door she was talking about?
Oh,
yes.
I'm in between Theo and the door.
All right.
Wait, did he say 22?
22.
Okay. Yeah, I had 21.
So all you do is you click on your tile and you can move it around. Pretty much it'll click to bases. So if you drop it, it's going to immediately click into a location. So if you can slide it over here and drop next to Tinka, it'll show that your character's made movement. The light that I put onto your character will follow your character around as you use the roll 20. You move toward the door, and this pixie woman zips over in front of you.
I have my hands straight out. It's like, look, let's just calm down and maybe not go back out that way. We don't know. We need to check the map and see which way we need to go.
Do I trust her?
You don't have any reason. I mean, neither of them are good or evil.
I can diplomacy, or like I'm being. Well, I don't like we just. That thing in there is not a threat.
I've only read good things about pixies, so I will stay here.
Telepathically, I'll reach out to Katinka. If we beat it, we get its gems, and because we're using pillows, we won't harm it.
Yeah. But he's a giant. I say this in my head. Like, he's a walking tin can with pointy edges. That's scary to what I assume is a child.
So what we do is we have him sheath his sword and put down his shield, especially because he needs to pick up a pillow to use as a shield.
Oh, they're negotiating not fighting the child or fighting the child for the gemstones with pillows only.
Okay. Can we do it? Can we
They
do
seem
it
very suspicious, so I'm like, I want to go in. They're like, no, don't go. And I'm like, what are you hiding?
We're not hiding anything. We don't want trouble.
Right. Why don't we do that on the way out?
Why don't we not do it at all? Because that's not what we're here to get paid for.
Right. We're getting paid for finding the thing that's on the... Let's do that first. And then if we have time, on the way back out, I can shoot the child asleep, and then we can just take his gem.
Child?
Shooting a child and stealing its toys. What level of blasphemy have we sunk to?
I'm just saying, I'm trying placate him. I'm trying to just get us to be able to move on. Diplomacy!
Did you say child? Are they in danger?
No, they're not in danger, they're just playing!
Yes, they are in danger of
Playing in a dungeon?
Mm-hmm.
They probably live here!
In boredom.
Who?
It's not a human child.
You know what?
Transported me to.
You know what? You guys just do whatever. I'm checking this door for...
Okay, Theo.
I'm done!
It's a child in the room just over here. And you need to challenge it in a pillow fight, otherwise it won't trust you.
I don't understand.
Theo,
What?
as you are watching and listening to what they're saying, a large thing about the size of a man and twice as wide, shaped somewhat conical, with a mouth on the top of its body, and I can drag the screen over so you can see it a bit better, has slunk up to the door nearby, It is armed with pillows, and it seems to be listening or watching you guys.
That's the child.
I go up. Are you alright? Do you need assistance? This place is scary. What are you doing here?
So you want to walk through the doorway over to this creature, through the portcullis.
Yes.
All right. As you get close and are you okay? It backs off and begins flailing one of the pillows towards you. It turns and begins running across the room toward its pillow fort to the other side of the room. So I'm going to zoom out so you can see the pillow fort. And it makes like a noise as it runs. And while it runs away, it will launch a pillow at you in defense, because it can fire backwards. 8 plus 8, 16.
Nope.
Well, it probably does hit you, but it doesn't do any damage.
It's a pillow against full plate. It just.
Yep. By the way, he's wearing like a thick, full plate that is covered with rust around the edges, and so he creaks as he moves. His action penalty has been increased, and so he makes more noise if he attempts to stealth.
It's giving you a pillow. It wants you to fight it. In order to gain its trust and, make it safe, you have to fight it.
God, this is the weirdest night. I pick up a pillow.
All right. What do you want to do while this unknown individual...
this idiocy is happening?
Yes.
I want to get what we came for and leave. That's what I want. But now my party is into pillow fights. And now we are apparently babysitting a metal tin can that can walk around. Oh, and a giant monstrous pillow eater. So...
I'm sorry, I'm doing my job.
I'm just...
Like, I will take a 20.
It's all gone to shit.
Good. It's all gone to shit. All right, so do you want to just sit back and drink and smoke some while you wait for things to resolve?
At this point, yes, I take out my bottle of alcohol and I take out... I have a small bag. I stick my pinky into it and I take out a small blue powder and I snort a little bit and then I rub the rest in my teeth.
Just gotta make the pain go away.
This is how I deal with you people.
Right?
So,
all right.
Kosa, do you have any more for me?
Ugh.
First one's free. Second, you have to pay.
It's true.
All right. Varianlin, what are you doing while the pillow fight's going on and Zarkosa is taking a break?
If I successfully manipulated the tin can to actually do the pillow fight, I will watch it at a very close distance.
Okay.
You see a very stiff, awkward Theo kind of like march off and just like, stop this silliness. And we'll just with one hand just start hitting gently with the pillow.
It battles back. Having 3 hands, it uses one to throw at you, another to wield as a melee, and the last one as a shield. And it's got some deft skills at combat. But your character's experience in combat, you're able to bring a wall down on top of it and get it to a point where it starts surrendering after enough hits. And we're talking like this is about a good 5 or 6 rounds worth of pillow fighting.
Have you had enough? This is no time for play.
It sounds like it whimpers a little bit, then it stands up. It fishes into the pile of pillows and produces in one of its hands a collection of gemstones. Marble-sized cut gemstones.
I will collect the gemstones.
So literally, as I'm holding my hands out, you just take it.
Look, I'm the hiring manager. I got this job to happen. Here's your cut.
Wow.
All right. The creature reaches into the pillows and pulls out an extra stone, seeing that you have been the ones it was handing out was being taken, and gives one to you and pulls out one for itself. And then you all watch what it does. It pops the gemstone into its mouth like a jelly bean.
See?
The sound
Because
of
it's
popping
elemental.
and crunching can be heard as it digests the tiny blue stone worth at least 200 gold pieces.
Ah, yes.
Before it does that, I'm like, wait, stop. Oh,
Yes, let's put the child to sleep and then steal its food afterwards. Great idea!
I check the gemstones to see if they're edible. What? A child just swallowed.
You squish it? No, it's an actual gemstone. But this earth elemental child seems to be able to eat them.
So I do tell it's earth?
Yeah, you can definitely tell that its skin is covered with rocky textures.
Just stare blankly what is this?
Theo, that's what we call an earth elemental. There's multiple planes of existence, and one plane focuses on Earth, and this creature either came or was descendant from those that came from that plane.
What is this small man talking about fantasies? What do you mean?
Okay, so think about a castle, right?
Right.
And in that castle are humans. And then in another castle are giants, and in another castle are goblins, and in another castle are dragons. Right?
You're not in Faerun anymore, kid.
Is he from Faerun?
I don't know, I'm assuming from that shield, but he could be from anywhere. I'm just saying, this is not the house you grew up in.
I'm from Faerun.
I'm also from Faerun, but each castle is linked by a magical portal, and you can only get from one castle to another via magic. Make sense?
Sounds preposterous, but I'm following.
Okay, so this creature is from a Earth castle.
Made out of earth?
Made out of Earth.
Aren't all
castles made out of earth?
Oh, please.
That just came from both sides of you. You heard it from her as she's Sarah, are you checking the doors?
Yeah, I'm taking a 20 because these people are just not doing their jobs.
I've never seen something quite like this. The only elemental I recall is made of mud.
Well, surprise!
Drink.
Now,
smoke.
just imagine each castle is actually its own universe or world.
I have no time for this drivel. Let's get out of here.
Oh,
Okay.
We're not leaving yet.
What do you mean? I see. We have to slay the demons, right?
Sure.
Yes,
right.
we have to slay demons.
Yes.
They're this way. Follow me.
All right, Sarah, what are the totals on your your search? First, let's do the search first.
Was I able to just, in this long ass time that people fighting things, can I just take 20s on both of them?
Yeah, I just need to know your totals because some of them are
fantastic.
pretty fucking hard in this dungeon. 28s and 29s on some of this stuff.
Yeah, so it would be 34 for search, and my disabled device would be 30.
Excellent. All right, I will keep that in mind. So the northern door is a strong wooden door that is locked. That's it, and a 30 will open it. I kid you not, a 30 is what you need to get this complex lock open.
Holy shit.
Yes.
I'm just taking 20s from now on.
Yeah.
You also have
that
Long
lock.
Spoon Masterwork, so that's a +1.
The lock on the door itself,
31.
they had to drop at least 25 to 30 gold pieces for this thing. It's not a cheap add-on. This guy went full in, or this gal went full in on the good stuff. You move over to the east door. Go ahead and move over to the east door.
Bloop, bloop. Ah!
You move over to the east door without your light source. There we go. The light source follows. And your search comes up that it is trapped. And let's see. It's a one-way door. So you begin messing with it. You realize that the door does not. It slides open, and it's weighted. And there doesn't seem to be any handholds on, It's this, the handhold on this side is designed so that there's no handhold on that side. So it's like a chute door or a trap door. So you could disable it by lodging it open, but that means whatever is on the other side can get in here too. So So this door's a one way, and it's made out of stone.
What about what about the one that was back there with the rune? Can we get past that one?
Maybe. Which way is the thing telling us to go?
1 second.
North and slightly west.
Which is which way?
Hang on 1
The
second.
top door. And
Let's just go
slightly
through the top
Should
door.
have moved. All right, there it goes. So as you're checking, you've noticed that it's moved. It was here a little while ago, but now it's pointing over here.
Great.
Let's go through this top door.
Before we go through the top door, I'm going to move to the other corner of the room and try and triangulate how far it is.
Gonna do some wizard math.
Wizard math.
Mm-hmm. Wizard math.
Well, simple trigonometry, realistically.
Okay.
After everything's calmed down, I'm almost kind of watching in just like my own amusement because I've never seen anything like these things before.
Yeah. They
It
are.
feels like a storybook. I'm like, what? Look at that little guy go.
What did I say about little?
I didn't say that out loud.
It's in my head. Can you read my head?
Yes.
Well, no.
can.
Well, he said he can't detect thoughts, so...
All right. So you move from one edge to the other, and you're watching, and as you sit still for long enough, you can see the arrow slightly move a little bit. And you realize that the arrow, it's not, maybe you're moving, there's a good possibility you're moving, but wherever the arrow is pointing at, it is moving. Real slow.
Can I ask, what are you doing?
He like walks
Where
over.
are
He's
your
got
missions?
he's got a piece of paper in his hand, and from one end of the paper, magical light is dancing off of it, and it comes out into a point. And as he moves around, that point coming out off the piece of paper is moving ever so slightly, pointing in a direction.
We're finding our target.
Target.
Yes.
Are you assassins?
No.
Have you ever heard the term repo-men?
That's not a term that's used in any of these multiverses. That's just Earth. We're retrievers.
Yeah.
Never heard of these kingdoms. What?
Basically, a friend of ours lost an item and we need to get it back.
Yes.
Well, if you're recovering from a thief, then I'll help you.
Yes, we are definitely recovering from a thief. I mean, it is a thief if he's not paying.
That's true.
Tax evasion is a very serious crime.
That's true.
That's some chaotic evil stuff right there.
Thank goodness I'm not an accountant. Oh no, how terrible. Who is this person?
All
Onward
right.
for tax evasion.
Okay.
All right. Do you want to start projecting your aura of courage, Theo?
Projecting my what?
Aura of courage.
Yes.
Do you remember what it does?
Yeah, it's +4 to any fear checks.
All right. As he says onward to fight against tax evasion, you notice as he gets closer to hang out with you guys near the door, you kind of feel pretty good about this. It's like, yeah. And you realize that's an unnatural, I feel good about this moment, Sarah, as you're walking up to start picking the door.
And it's not the unnatural feel good of your pixie dust.
It's
Right.
It's like a clerical spell just came over you. You're like, yeah, I feel good.
Wait, why do I feel so good?
I don't like it!
Just see him spazzing beside me. It's like, what?
Oh.
Am I doing this? Am I opening the door?
Yes, open it, please. We would like to, get out of this place.
Okay, that's what I was... Okay, I was just waiting for Trigonometry Boy over there in the corner. Whatever. Blah, 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 blah.
We go what now?
So, did I figure out the approximate distance? I know the thing is moving, but... Is it
second?
roughly... Yep.
Oh, da-da-da-da. Where's my tape measure? So I'll just do from here. It's probably roughly about 120 to 140 feet north of your northwest of your current location. You feel you're getting closer. It's not like it's a tremendous distance away and you'll be walking for days. You are within reach. It's just this goddamn tunnel. If there's only some way you could just walk straight through walls in this place.
Perfect. Guys,
right.
We're getting closer, but it's still upwards.
I like the reference of upwards, because it's not really upwards, it's that way. Alright, so you walk into, and it's a hallway that kind of comes around at an angle, and there's a door.
We're going the wrong way now.
Maybe it loops back around?
Maybe. Let's take a look at this.
That door... Give me 1 second. That's not the right one. Oh no, it is the right one.
Thank you.
Huh. I forgot to do... Alright, it's a wooden door! You gonna take a 20?
Yep.
Alright, you guys sit there and hang out while she begins examining the door. This is non-slow event. It's kind of long and drawn out. You gotta swap the fiery thingy. It's a long drawn out as she stares at the door meticulously. It is locked. 26. But it is not trapped.
Cool.
Can someone play the Jeopardy theme song really quickly?
Jeopardy, a cross-planar existence show.
It was an old play that I used to...
Alright, Sarah, do you want to open this door? What do you want to do?
Yeah. I'm opening it.
Alright, opening this door. Gosh, hopefully nothing terrible happens after opening it.
And now,
Alright, the door's open. Who wants to go in first?
I'll send in my little nobbies.
She probably has to... They're already recast it. It only lasts for like a minute.
Yeah, you've probably had to recast
right.
it. Can you cast it more than once?
No.
Oh, then go ahead and let's delete them.
Yeah, that was the thing that I ran into. So...
Okay. Yeah, I
another-
can only do it once per day.
I'll cast them.
I'm gonna go invisible. Poof.
Probably shouldn't have deleted him.
So I'll cast them and then walk into the room.
Okay, so when I say delete them, I shouldn't have said it because now I have to remake something that glows in the dark. We're gonna come over to this. Go this way. Click. All right, Control, copy, Control, paste. Just fucking move that. God damn it. Move that over there. All right, now I have something that's glowing. All right, it's supposed to be 40, 20, 40. Okay, here it comes. Here we go. All right. How many do you have?
4 lights resembling lanterns or torches, up to 4 glowing spears of light, which look like will-o-wisps, or 1 faintly glowing, vaguely humanoid shape. I will just make it the 1 vaguely humanoid shape.
Great, I appreciate that. So I don't have to make 4 of them. There it is. And its light radius is like a torch, right?
Yep. Resemble lanterns or torches. So yeah.
Great. Here it is. You have access to control it. Just letting you know.
Thank you.
The part of the ceiling in this room has collapsed. There's a large demonic idol with empty eye sockets sitting on the northern wall of the room. Before it, there's a Zorn.
I can't move because you...
I'll probably move in with them too.
Oh, I don't want to be
I
right there,
will
yeah.
take one of the gemstones out of my pockets.
The box text is not done, guys. So, since you're doing stuff, the Zorn is laying on the ground. Then it rises and blurts out, raising its 3 arms high into the air before... By the way, this one is definitely larger than the pillow fighty one. A lot larger. Raising its 3 arms high into the air before going back down to the ground in front of the demonic idol. The eye sockets of the demonic idol burst with red fiery, and a disembodied voice fills everyone's head, saying, "Fool! Interlopers are defiling my sanctum! Destroy them!"
Oh, good.
The rock-covered brute immediately throws himself up off the ground, turning to look at the incoming party. The eyes of the statue zap him, and his size doubles.
Good work.
So you guys filed into the room with this thing. Great. Let's do some initiatives.
Alright.
Do we need to take a short break before we do this?
Yeah.
Break time? Short break?
See you guys.
5 minutes.
5 minutes? I'm good with
Yeah.
that. All right. Audience, we're going to go away for about 5 minutes, and then we're coming back, and they're going to fight a giant demonic Zorn that just had his worship time interrupted. It's going to be great. They're going to die. All right.
I'm invisible.
Back in a bit.
You didn't say you were invisible.
All right, and we are back. Original box set. We're going to continue the Magic Shop's adventure into the Dungeon of Poison Tears.
Dun, dun, dun.
It's called the Keep of Poison Tears is this place. And you guys are in the dungeon. And they just walked into a room. And in this room, there's a Zorn worshipping a demonic idol. And there's, like, fallen ceiling and everything. And everybody heard the demonic idol speak in their head, "Get out!"
And we all rolled initiative.
We do. So if we can get that taken care of. What room is this?
Okay. Theo. Initiative.
What's your number?
9.
9?
10.
No, I'm sorry. I'm waiting on Star-Lord's initiative.
I got a natural 20. After hearing that demonic voice, my training kicked in immediately and I rushed in.
Okay. Any bonuses to that?
Yeah, it's 25.
25.
Shit.
Okay. And Evan, you said 10. I had a 5. Sarah, what's Katinka?
23.
Okay. And what was the...
Monsters?
Yeah.
I'm going to see if it's got it written. Oh, there it is. A 0. So whatever, rolling this dice.
19.
19.
Okay. No. Well, yes, Theo, you are prepared to slay demonic anything.
Yeah. Right. That set off an alarm bell. And I have all these people in front of me, and I'm not about to let them get taken.
All right.
I'm going to definitely move out of the way as I hear a train barreling behind me. Choo-choo!
All right. Your base movement speed, we're going to assume that you would have been closer to the door. Maybe about here.
Yeah, probably.
Your base movement speed is 30. So if you want to charge straight at the beast, it'll take 30 feet to get there. And you'll still have a standard action left, which means you can do a charge attack, or you can just run up and swing at it one time. A charge attack gives you a +2 to hit, but a -2 to your AC.
Charge attack, definitely.
All right. So go ahead,
That's
move
fine.
move your character to the monster's base.
I'm not sure if this affects it at all, but in heavy armor, wouldn't it drop down to a move speed of 20?
Yes, but he's technically running to charge, so... No, wait, it is 20. It is
And
20.
I also said that I was going to move in behind the gnome.
Okay, fair enough. We'll just make sure that he can make the move, because we don't want to get too, like, spicy and technical with it at this point in time. You can make the charge attack, +2 to hit, -2 to your AC for one round.
Okay.
Does charge attacks also let you use every single attack allowed by BAB? As an attack as a
No.
full action?
No, you get one swing.
But it said like a plus, right?
Yes.
I got a 26 to hit.
Alright, so your weapon with your sword gives you a +10.
Yeah.
Alright, you got that part. So 26, let's check out the creature's AC.
Oh god, I hope it hits. If it doesn't, we're screwed.
Yes, it does hit. Bam.
Alright. So,
And just a reminder, since it has not acted, it is considered flat-footed.
Do you want to use your... I think you can use your smite? No? Let's check.
it's pretty rocky, so I'm probably going to save it for the demonic head.
All right. You're going to save your smite evil for the demonic head.
Yeah, alright. So it's 1d8. Alright. 2 plus 3. Oh, that's only 5 damage.
You charge forward, you hit it for 5 points of damage, burying your sword into its rocky fixtures, its skin. You slash the blade, the stone, sparks fly, but no, it doesn't look like this thing Oh man. As you pull your weapon back, there is no damage to it. The strike was true, it was strong. And then you realize this creature's skin might not be able to be pierced by a blade. The creature has a damage reduction that completely ignored your attack.
Bullshit.
All right, who's...
It's like I'll be readying my pick.
Who is next?
Katinka is.
Yeah. Well, I guess I'm gonna try to shoot for its eyeball or mouth. The fleshy part.
Okay, so you want to sneak attack it.
Oh, yeah.
Now is the best time because it's flat-footed.
Okay. Okay, so I just rolled a 19.
Sweet.
And that's my crit. That's my crit range.
Excellent.
Okay.
Rolling again to confirm the crit.
No, we don't roll crit.
We're not.
Yeah, we don't.
We're not gonna.
confirm.
We're not gonna confirm crits, and I know that gets rid of a few feats and special abilities, but it's a
Fair
clunky
enough.
rule.
It's
Okay.
stupid.
Ooh. Okay. 7, 6 plus. So that's 21. 21 points of damage.
From
My heavy repeating crossbow.
yeah, you fly up and begin scoring at the creature, plugging at least 2 bolts toward it. Pack, 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 trying to shoot it. 2 of the bolts bounce off the skin as if nothing. The middle bolt lands into the creature's soft tissue newt eyeball, causing it to scream. It doesn't look like the bolt went in too far, but hey, it looked like it's pissed. Oh, it's looking at you. This can't be good.
So, since it's in there, it has to make a DC 17 or go to sleep.
Yeah, what is this, a fort save?
Shit. I would have.
That's what I want.
They're my pixie arrows.
Uh-huh. We'll assume their fortitude is the save. And what is the number again?
17.
17! Oh, look what I rolled! 17! I haven't even added the bonus. It sticks! And the venom gets in. You know it's in. The creature rears up, gets ready for its turn. Who's next?
It is.
All right. It's going to step by Star-Lord, his character Theo, over here. So now that you are within its 10-foot reach, and it's going to whack you with, make it a 5-foot adjust. It'll whack you with the back of one of its clawed hands. Now it's going to use the front. Let's use pokey bits.
All right.
There we go. Plus 14. 32.
Yeah, that hits.
Shit.
This is at Katinka. 32.
Can it see me?
Huh? Yeah.
You just fired a weapon.
I have greater invisibility.
Yeah, that doesn't change anything. It has been gifted with demonic sight.
Oh, shit.
All right. So it doesn't suffer any penalties to attack you. That's its bite. We're not doing its bite. We're doing its claw attack for reach. Advanced dice roller. Miserably, it's 2d4 plus 3. That's a terrible claw attack. Anyways, 9 points of damage.
Wait,
So-
what did it roll?
32.
I
hit.
have a 33 AC.
Awesome. Never mind. So it missed you. But it will now attack the thing that punched it, which is... How many? It does got 3. Yes. Instead, it's going to punch the metal man. 10 plus 14 is a 24.
Just makes it from that -2. Yeah.
All right. 8 points of damage.
All right.
It's not a punch, it's more of a slash.
Okay. Thank you.
Let's see. Yep. Okay, one last claw attack. It will reswing at Katinka. 27.
Nope.
All right. Miss, hit. Next on the initiative.
Evan. Very inland.
Wonderful. Let me just find distances really quick. That is under... what? Here we go. So about 10 feet away. Alright, so I will move. It has not yet made an attack of opportunity?
No.
Alright, I will still move within its range, provoking an attack of opportunity if it wants to take it.
It does. 28.
I believe that hits. Yes, it does.
7 points of damage.
Alright, and I will try to feint it using my bluff skill.
What is the target number that you have to beat?
I roll bluff, it rolls sense motive, I believe.
Yeah,
No, spot.
Oh, it has spot. It doesn't have any. This plus 10. So 11.
17. Alright, it is successfully feinted. So I believe it loses its, So I'm doing that via surprise spellcasting. Use the bluff skill to feint in combat. Your target is denied its dexterity bonus, if it has one, to AC for the next melee attack you make, or the next spell you cast.
Cool.
The target is not considered flat-footed, and therefore can make attacks of opportunity.
Okay.
And that's my action.
All right. Cassie.
Yeah, I am going to... I can't see anything because you're blocking it.
You're back here.
I know. I gotta move in so I can actually see what's happening. That'd be great. Thank you. Yeah, I know. But this is the... I can't move anything on that. Can I? Oh, so I can. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. 4. Oh. Right there. Like, I don't think I wanted to move that. Because I just want to move it into an angle to where I can do a 15-foot cone that's like this way. So it'll just like glance it.
Sure, that's good. I like that one.
Okay. Yeah, so it needs to make a will save.
Oh, man. It's got a +5 on will save. 15!
It fails! 'Cause it's 18. So it is stunned for 1 round.
All right.
I did color spray! So many magical fun colors right into its eyeball.
All right. The blast hits it hard enough, it rocks the creature and begins warbling back and forth.
My hands are so beautiful, and it's all of the iridescent colors of my scales.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Star-Lord. The creature seems unaffected by your sword. Time to swap to a... What?
Can I look over to the altar? Can I see if it's like glowing with demonic energy?
Yes, yeah, that the eyes have fire shooting out of them. Yep.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to head over to that very evil totem.
All right.
And I will attack with Holy Smite.
Awesome. What weapon are you using? Your sword or your pick?
It looks stone, right?
Yes.
Would a pick be effective for this?
I mean...
It does piercing damage, but...
A pick would probably be better than a sword.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just wondering, because it says piercing, but it doesn't say any bonuses against structures.
No, that's just something that that would have damage reduction versus, like, slashing weapons.
You know, like hit right in its eyeball.
All right. The statue is not moving, so it's going to be an easy hit. So let's do this.
All right, I'm going to take it right down into the glowing eyeballs.
All right, roll to hit.
All right, that is a 20.
Excellent. You hit the statue in the eyes. You called shot, so let's do damage. Because you called shot for a sensitive spot, this counts as a crit. So whatever you'll notice on the pick, it has a multiplier. It says like times something.
Mm-hmm.
What is that?
It's times 4.
So you're gonna roll your damage, whatever it happens to be, that many times over. So if it's like a D6, you're gonna roll 4d6, and whatever your strength modifier is, that's what you're gonna multiply it by.
Okay.
So what does it say for your weapon's damage?
That is 6 plus 3, so that's 9 in total.
You got to do that 4 dice. So you got 4d what?
You said 4d1? What?
All right, what's the die?
Cut out a little bit.
What's the damage die on your weapon?
1d8.
All right, so you're gonna roll 4d8, and what's your plus that says next to it?
Plus 3.
So you're gonna roll 4d8 and add 12.
Okay, so... That is 29.
All right, 29 points of damage will definitely destroy the statue. It's not the strongest in the world. It's a clean, solid blow.
Awesome.
All right. Now, you were doing your Smite Evil, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That has a chain reaction with the statue's energy. The statue only had 20 hit points to go, and your piercing weapon will definitely get past its, like, hardness. And so now the smite is destroying, like, the magical demonic energies in the statue, and so it's a massive explosion that happens. The statue flies, and shrapnel pieces everywhere. The creature immediately shrinks down, still stunned, by the way, but he gets smaller in size. The statue turns into rubble. And you are knocked back because it's a massive explosion of good meets evil. So make your reflex check.
Reflex.
Should be near.
Where would that be in the reflex? Is
it
under?
Should be. Man, I gotta find it. Above your AC. It's called saves, fortitude, reflex.
Okay. All right, so that'll be a 14.
Okay. You don't save, so it definitely knocks you back 10 feet.
Okay.
Right to the base of the creature. You are now prone on the ground.
All right.
The explosion is massive. I think you're outside range. Let's check
I
to
don't
make
think
sure.
so.
Nope.
Yeah.
You got to make a reflex as well.
Oh, there's a wall behind
That's
you
not
too.
terrible. 18.
Excellent. You are hit by the blast. Rocks and debris. Small rocks, not enough to do damage. But definitely you watch the warrior, the knight, get thrown back because he was right at contact. Because his pick was contact point. All you saw was him whip out that pick and say, by the power of... You're not sure because at that time the pick went in. Red light shot out. White light shot in. Explosion.
I held my hand up to the... Oh!
Keep
There's
it
a
from
huge
block.
clang when I hit the rock monsters.
So next on the initiative is
Sarah. It's
Katinka.
Katinka.
It's me. I don't know. I'm just gonna try to shoot it in the eyeball again.
Okay.
I guess.
You can also hold your action until I go.
Okay.
It's currently dazed. Or stunned,
It's
rather.
stunned, not dazed.
DM, you said that it was worshipping the statue, or
Yeah.
did it just... Okay.
It was like praying to the statue and everything.
Okay.
Now it's
Okay.
lost some magical powers from the statue.
I will hold my action then.
All right. Is it?
Now
Very
it's very
Inland's
inland.
All right, Very Inland. What are you gonna do?
Alright. Telepathically, I'll reach out to it. We mean you no harm, and we've freed you from the curse. And as I do so, I will reach into my pocket, drawing out one of the gemstones and offering it as a present.
Alrighty then.
Here, this is for you.
You see what's going on. The creature's kind of stunned. It's starting to come around. Is its action next after Very Inland?
It's mine.
It's yours. So the monster was stunned. Yeah, we already skipped the monster's turn this round.
We did.
He doesn't get to go
I'm
next.
gonna double down on the bluff here, cause like yeah, there's like a shiny piece of glass down here that from this the explosion of the thing. There's like a little piece. I'm gonna pick it up and be like, right, we don't want to hurt you. We just want to be friends. So like, and I'm gonna hold out this piece of obsidian.
All right, so you're bluffing, and what was your? He made his.
Oh, he made it.
He made his last round.
Mine was not great. I got a 7 plus 16, so.
On my bluff, I got 24.
23.
Okay, so one aids the other. That's a 26. All right. Man, 26. That's really good.
And I didn't even have a chance to cast Glibness.
Yeah, you didn't. It's now or never, right?
I
All
mean, I
right.
probably could have, but I'll
around
keep
to
my
mine?
spells.
So,
And as my last action, I'll telepathically reach out. Guys, don't hurt him for 1 round.
what's a round? After
Let's
Very
see
Inland, it's
what he
Zarkosa.
does.
After Zokosa, it's back to the top. Theo, you're on the ground.
No,
Alright.
Katinka was holding her action, so it's her turn.
If
I
she
will
chooses
con-
to do anything.
If she chooses to do anything, it resets her initiative to wherever she's at right now, which is past Zarkosa.
No, I'm just gonna continue to hold and see what happens.
You
So
can
I'm not gonna
proclaim.
do anything.
You can proclaim an aim this round.
Ooh, then I'll aim
Okay.
just in case.
All right. Theo, you're on the ground at the base of the creature. It's starting to shake a whole bunch to try to become a bit more cognitive.
I would have had to move up here to.
And you see that the small man and the woman with the multiple colored scales on her body are offering this creature bits of stone, and you're like laying almost underneath it.
Alright, I'm going to push up off the ground.
Okay.
I'm going to detect evil on the creature.
It's not evil.
Is it... Okay.
It's
It's not
neutral.
evil then.
Yeah, it's not good, nor is it. It's not good, nor is it evil.
It's just a creature.
It's not stunned anymore since it turned the round, right?
It's not its turn yet. It's on after Katinka goes. It will no longer be stunned and be able to make an action.
Okay. I'm just going to walk up. Am I at the back of the creature or the front?
No, it has no back.
Okay, so it's a one. Oh, all right.
It's nothing but front.
All right. It's like, settle down. Why are you laughing?
I'm sorry.
You're cracking me up.
It's all front.
Yeah, I'm like looking where to speak to. I'm like, creature, you're possessed by demonic energy. We are not here to hurt you. I'm going to try and diplomacy the...
You get a -10 because you're trying quickly, but still, I desire you to roll because you don't have bluff.
Okay. And I genuinely just want to help this, not you.
Yeah.
I mean, the
Of
genuine
course.
helpness could help a little bit. But
Oh, natural one.
Woo!
You're doing it! You're doing it, but your sword is still in your pick is still in your hand.
Don't want to hurt you.
I trip, like, while I'm like, we're here to hurt, boom, kang. I just trip up.
You trip over, run right into it.
Yeah. No, actually, you look to the creature. We're not here to hurt you. And then as you're staring at it with the pick in hand, it looks to you, looks to the pick. You put the pick behind your back, and you're like, that's not what I meant, as you're trying to put the weapon away. And you stumble over your words for a moment. You realize that you haven't damaged the situation any, but you didn't help it out either.
It's the first natural 20 and natural 1 I've ever had in a game.
Congratulations.
You're welcome to the magic shop. This happens a lot.
Katinka.
Yep.
Yeah.
Still holding my action.
All right.
Keeping that aim up.
Its turn. As it's come no longer stunned, it's looking around for a minute because it's got like this plaster of colors across one side of it. It looks over toward the statue, the ground. It's in like a moment of bewilderment, and then it reaches up to its head, goes, "Ah!" And this is in common, by the way. "You shot me in the eye! Ah! Why did you do that?"
I'm just picturing Peter Griffin gripping his knee.
He's trying to touch it at this point in time, but then he's like, "Ah!"
Oh, gosh.
Like it's in the cuticle. There's not the cuticle, it's in the tear duct of the eye. The soft, meaty bit. Bolt went all the way in, barb sticking backwards. It's not getting out very easily kind of scenario. He can't even blink.
Hold on, I can help.
Jeez. Ah!
I can help. You're not gonna like it, but I can help.
What's not to like? There's
Just-
an arrow in my eye.
Just stop moving! Just stop
Take the arrow.
moving!
Oh,
Alright, so... Give me that big... Grab that big piece of stone with your big old beefy arms there, and put it in your mouth, and stop moving.
Alright, so he sticks a piece of stone in his mouth.
Okay, anybody got, health potion? Because I do. I have many, but... You know what? Actually, cancel that. Here, put this piece of glass in your mouth, and then as soon as I pull it out, just crunch it and eat it, okay? Ready?
Okay.
Ready?
Puts it
before
into
this happens, I walk up and put my hand right before she does it. Put my hand up towards the eye.
Like, empathic, like...
I'm holding lay on hand.
Okay, yeah, so lay on hands a potion. Got it, okay.
Alright. On 3. 1, 2, and on 2 I pull it out.
Alright, heal check.
I'm not really... That's all...
No, it is a heal check to pull an arrow because that
Okay.
determines how much damage it does on the way out.
Like I said, that's
Yeah.
why I shoved a health potion in its mouth, because I knew... I'm not a doctor.
Natural 1 and takes out the eye.
No, I rolled an 11.
You rolled an 11.
And I've got...
A
so I have a
wisdom bonus.
12.
You have a 12. So that means the arrow does a d6 in damage. No, a d4 in damage coming out.
Okay. Let's see. 4 damage.
Ouch.
I mean, that, like I said, I'm no master, but he's talking, and I don't want him to get shot
You
again.
pull it. How much of your lay on hands are you doling out to him? Because he's chewing on a healing.
Yeah, I'm going to heal at the amount of damage when she pulled it out for.
Okay. So you heal that wound. He crunches on the healing potion to give himself a D8 plus 3. Right? It's a cure light.
Yeah.
Because he had taken 16 from Sarah.
4.
4 points. Okay, all right. He moves. He's now has a hand over his eye, and he's walking around. That hurt. That hurt so much.
I told you it was going to.
He pulls his hand away. It's kind of puffy looking. Teared up a little bit.
We apologize for that, but the demonic energy possessed you, and you attacked us. We had no choice. But you're here now, and we're here to save you.
Oh my God.
We're here to save it? As I whispered to Katinka where it was.
Right? Just
He doesn't seem evil.
Oh man, I can't thank you enough, but I gotta get back to my daughter. She might be worried about me.
Your pillow baby back there?
What, you saw her? Did you hurt her?
Why would we hurt her? We played.
No,
We played pillow fight. They played pillow fight, and I watched.
it was adorable.
Deep sigh.
You have a beautiful daughter.
Big sigh. Oh good. I don't know how long I've been over here. I try to avoid this room because I could never actually damage the statue. It always just pulled me in and controlled me. But you destroyed it.
Yep.
Rockman thing.
I'm a
What is your
woman.
name? Ma'am.
Ma'am.
You have a name.
I am the female of my species.
Are these Gorons?
Oh my goodness. I don't have a name. So we
Make
should
a
get.
Goron name.
All right. Actually, what we do is we say, audience, those people are still awake at this point in time. The Zorn woman has found a potential mate in this man of maid of honor.
Oh,
Metal.
oh man.
Ready? What is her name?
Oh man.
Need a
Balboa.
name for Zorn.
Please, Rocky Balboa.
All right, audience, you guys get to name the elemental Zorn creature. Barbariana.
Just,
Rorg.
taken from some Kung Fury there.
Wait, what was,
Obsidia. Oh,
Obsidia!
Ooh, I love
Robin,
it.
that's
Nice.
really good.
I like that a lot.
She'll say, my name is Obsidia.
What's your name?
What's your name, metal man?
Theo. Nice to meet you, Obsidia. Anyways, your child is safe. Do you know do you know anything about this demonic presence?
No. I came over here looking for some stone. I heard the collapse. I don't know when that was. And when I entered the room, I tried to skirt by this thing's presence. But it lured me in. And then I was on my knees for quite a while, praying to it, only wishing to truly be set free, and you have done it. Not only did you set me free, but you have assured my child is safe as well.
Obsidia, what door did you come through? To get into this room.
Over
That
from
door?
that way. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Did you happen to see a very big, ogreish looking man with metal plating that didn't quite fit him wandering around by chance?
Is he an ogre? I thought he was a dwarf.
I don't know, he's just big and fat.
There was. I remember he came into our dwelling, and as he entered, I told him to go away in a nice way. for the paladin, you can sense she might be twixting her words, not to say rude things.
Fuck off.
And so he did.
Which is probably just a yell, like nice things, quote unquote.
And then later, Braxian brought me the chest he had on his back and said, take it to the equipment room and leave it amongst the mimics. I was sad for this poorly dressed man.
Who's Braxian?
Braxian is one of the professor's experiments, like me and my child.
Oh, well.
Alchemy?
Is Braxian the name of the person who rented the item?
No.
Okay.
Is
Sounds like witchcraft.
Braxian still here?
Yes, he, like us, are trapped here.
Do you think maybe you could introduce us to this Braxian?
I could.
Also, we could probably get you out of here.
If you would like to not be here anymore.
Would you like to go back to your daughter?
I would like to go back to my home plane.
Plane.
I would like to go back to...
Small man was right.
So I'm gonna look at Very Inland and then to Katinka. I'm like,
The magic shop can get him back. I'll speak telepathically. Only to the two females.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I nod.
I also nod.
We believe that we can get you and your child to safety. There'll be a few steps in between, but where we come from, there are many opportunities to go to different planes of existence.
I know if I get to Sigil, I'll be okay.
We actually have our headquarters in Sigil.
Oh, that would be great. My father was a traveler and spoke much of all these places. I made the mistake of taking my daughter on a journey in the attempt to see more and get her to learn. She was always very skittish and afraid. To hear that you battled her with pillows makes me somewhat happy. Shows that she is trying to become more adventurous.
She was very valiant.
Well, why don't we get your
By my
daughter,
word, she was
and
very
that
fierce.
should, why don't we get your daughter, and that might make you a bit happy. She's only a couple rooms away.
If you wish to go... Hang on 1 second.
Yeah, so I'm making sure that, like, where we are is gonna... Here, I'm gonna turn up our mic thing just in case we need
Okay.
to. Okay.
And I'll just say it to Obsidia. By my word, your daughter is quite the warrior. She almost stood up to me in that pillow.
You're not sure if the Zorn is smiling or not, but it's definitely a change in her eye-mouth thing area, shoulder shruggy things. Not really sure what's going on, but there was something there.
And by the light, I shall purge any more shrines like this in this place, so you can get home safely.
So, yeah. Randy is what we call him for short. He's a bit of a jerk, and he's from a place where there are demons. So and you can see this is bothering her talking about it. He's not truly a bad guy to the rest of us, but mostly because he can't do anything to us. But I'm pretty sure he's going to try to find a way to fuck with you.
Well,
Just saying. Because... yeah, radio. Fuck Jeff Bezos. Oh, I'm sorry, Pupper. I'm sorry. I kicked the
well,
puppy. Don't kick the puppy. Come here. Come into my lap.
oh goodness.
Come to me. I will love on you. Puppy dog.
Whoever this is, you have to find him. Oh, cute puppy.
All right. So, The Zorn will take you guys back to where she lives, unless you guys want to go somewhere else. You can also ask questions. She might know some information.
Yes, we are. So we will explain to her why we're here. You know, I apologize, out of character. What exactly is the item that we're getting again?
Well, it's 2 items. Good news, I wrote it down somewhere.
Good.
It's been so long. Wasn't it like a helm?
It's a helm and a shield.
Okay.
And a shield.
I'm trying to remember.
The shield of Unakit.
The shield of Unakit is one of them.
And the chime of resounding silence?
No,
Okay.
no, that's definitely not it. It
Okay.
would be. Hang on, let me check that. Okay, now I know which room it's going to be in. I come back over here. Helm of Izzet.
Ah.
So the shield of Unakit and the helm of Izzet. What?
You really need to stop using the random name generator and just using the first name that you generate.
Actually, Izzet is a combination of the word is and it.
Yeah.
That was it.
Okay.
That was much easier.
Sure.
Is it? That's it?
Yeah.
And yep, is it the helm?
Is it?
Is it?
Is it?
It is.
That's right. It is.
No, it isn't. It is. It's is it?
We will explain that we are from a magic shop that travels the multiverse, that also has its headquarters in Sigil, and that we are here to collect these 2 items. And as soon as we can collect these 2 items, we will be on our way
Yup.
and bring you and your daughter and whoever else would like to join us.
Yeah. So the trash demons, and she'll point. So first you get back. There's a huge reunion. The daughter's all like, oh, and she takes you through the direction that she points at. Mm-hmm. Well, actually, no. She says we can go through this room. It's wait, you people have flesh. You don't want to go this way. The room to the south have cockatrices in them.
Oh, Jesus.
That are raised for food purposes, the eggs and stuff like that. So you guys don't go through there because she's immune to the effects of petrification. So you guys go back the way you came. And she was like, oh, you were the guy in the blue circle. So sorry about that. I have no idea that you were the last victim of that terrible spell.
Terrible spell. Hold on. What do you know about this?
Well, the master dragged you in here and dropped you off, like, I don't know, some time ago.
How
and
long?
then,
How many moons?
I don't go outside. None of us can go outside.
Damn.
Anyways, he dropped you off and left and hasn't been back since. And then there was a lot of noise upstairs, so we assume that something happened in the castle.
Oh, you cut out before the.
Yeah, you
castle
keep
part.
cutting out.
You do?
Okay, I'll turn it back down.
So you arrived he dropped you off in the circle some time ago, and then he disappeared. And then there was some noise upstairs. No idea what, but... So, yeah. The trash demons are in that direction. And they're not very nice, but, you can kind of get along with them. Randy's up in this direction. Go this hall. I can take you in that direction. He won't be too happy if he catches me wandering around with you, and I don't feel I should wander around with you because it will probably be, it's a working ethics. I don't want to step on his toes, and that's the area where he lives, and all that kind of good stuff. But it's you got to go down this tunnel, down this hallway, and you'll make a left at the fork. And then the first door to your right... That one should be empty, isn't it? It's empty. Is like the antechamber to Randy's part of the place. And that's where he keeps his dogs. Is there. That's what he calls them, his dogs. Hellhounds.
Oh, good.
Good.
Oh
Excellent.
no.
Awesome.
And in that room, past his hellhounds, is the rest of this of the estate, as the master calls it. Fucking asshole. Is what Randy controls, and Randy has with him. I think he's got a couple of dogs. These hellhounds. I don't really know. I don't go over there. I don't let my daughter go over there either. And he's got a couple of trash demons. He also has Carl. And Carl is some sort of strange, soft, green rock that's perfectly cube-shaped. He rolls around and rolls over things and eats them all up.
Good.
Now, Obsidia, you said that Randy was the one that dropped me off there?
No, the master did.
Do you know what this master looks like?
Yeah, tall, dark, humanoid, pointy hat, black and red robes. Real jerkwad. I mean, he imprisoned me and my infant daughter. She wasn't really an infant. She was like a young person. I can't equate it to human years because I don't understand you guys that well. I'm sorry, I know that some of you aren't humans. That was a general overstatement. You get what I mean.
Of course.
No offense.
We're all fleshy meat bags.
I didn't want to say that. I really didn't want to say that.
It's okay.
Glorified hamburger.
I wasn't going to say that one either. There's a... Okay, fair enough.
and I grin at that. It's like, I've seen enough of your kind. I know exactly the phrases that are used to describe us.
Muscle-powered bone golem.
That's a new one. Muscle-powered bone golem.
That's really good.
That's fantastic.
She gives a nod.
Really, we're just brains controlling a mechanical biosuit.
Yeah. Ugly sack of water.
Oh, that's...
Hey, I'm not ugly.
Well, it's supposed to be an insult.
Oh,
I mean,
yes,
I thought I'm telling you guys insults that...
So what about Braxian?
Oh, Randy. Yeah, we call him Randy. His real name's Brexian.
Okay.
I don't know what he is. His skin is really rough and hard. He's got 4 arms where I have 3 and you guys only have 2. He's got 4, and his skin grows blades.
Excellent. Is he the one that's currently wearing the shield and the helmet?
Shield and helmet. I did see him with a crystal dinner plate on his arm. I called him an idiot for it.
Oh, good.
But helm? You mean the helm like your friend was wearing?
Kind of, perhaps.
No. Randy's head is not shaped to wear that kind of thing.
Do you think you can introduce us to Randy?
Yeah, sure. Let's just go on down this hallway. I do want to let you know ahead of time that I don't like him, and he doesn't like me, so we just kind of have to deal with this part. It's not going to be on good terms.
What about that?
All right. So, before we call game here, Obsidia will take the adventuring... Yeah, exactly. Jack. Obsidia will take the adventurers, and she will head over to the portcullis and immediately throw it open, as if it ain't no thing. She flips the switch, steps through, flips the switch on the other side so the portcullis stays open, and starts walking down the hall. Come on, let's go.
Hold on, 1 second. That thing on the floor.
Uh-huh.
Did we figure out what that was, everyone?
Yes.
This keeps Randy from coming into my room.
Oh.
It also keeps me from going into that hallway.
Oh.
Can we break it?
We could go around.
Yeah, let's do that.
Ah, that means we have to deal with the trash demons.
Oh. Can we turn it off?
Whatever way to slay these things, I'm heading.
Metal Man, you don't really want to fight a trash demon. But I mean, maybe you do! Maybe that's your thing. I mean, you did destroy a statue, so who am I to judge?
What is this trash demon you speak of?
Well, you have to breathe and stuff like that, so it'd probably kill you because they smell to high heavens. I mean, Randy complains about their odor all the time. I don't smell.
Oh.
And, they spit stuff that eats through rocks, so I definitely don't want to go over there and mess with them.
Katinka, could you take a look at that rune and see how we can destroy it? I mean, it's not like they're going to need to have that rune in effect because they're going to be coming home with us.
That's right.
He's got a snotty
I'm gonna
take a 20.
and
Now-
use my 5 feet away.
I love it. It's coming together because if you didn't use his tool, you would be fucked.
Yeah. The extra long spoon.
Yeah, if he hadn't got those spoon tools.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm just
I
really
think
far
the
away
best-
going.
I think the best part in all of that was when I told Max what they were. He kind of laughed and said, "Yeah, they won't be needed."
Never trust Matt.
What do I see? What do I see them doing?
All right, so
Even that rune.
on the ground there's a rune.
So out of game, basically, it's a rune that casts a very nasty spell to anyone that's chaotic, which I believe is half the party.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a little bit of a problem.
Yeah, see, your character's
And-
lawful good. You've already stepped on it, you're touching it, you're rubbing your hand on it, like... It's,
That was a big deal.
What are you guys
Preposterous.
talking about?
I don't see any. There's a fancy scrolling.
This is really pretty. I should have these in my home. All right. What is the total from your taking a 20?
31 for disable device.
I will let Cassie read out the disable device requirement.
It's
Oh,
a
fuck.
28.
Oh, good. Oh, good.
Oh,
Oh.
And you have to be 5 feet away to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
5 feet away.
you disable the first one. And then you guys go up the hallway. And
Oh my
there's
god, there's another one. Oh, Jesus.
We're gonna
Another
try.
one?
Oh,
did you say she's disabling it with a spoon?
That's
I am.
correct.
She is.
A masterwork spoon.
I just see her like fiddling with a spoon. I'm just like,
A masterworked 5-foot spoon.
It's 5
oh,
foot
it
long.
extends.
Yes, it's 5
Yeah,
feet long.
I just go.
Just like, what kind of soup do you need to use that spoon?
Very hot soup.
Soup that you're feeding someone else across a chasm.
Yep.
To a fire demon just across the room.
All right. Somebody's tired.
I know.
Look how droopy he is.
So droopy.
And snotty. We gotta get the seeds off of his arm.
Okay.
So you disabled that one, and then you move on. We're almost there.
Oh my
She
god,
says-
why are there so many?
So I'll do this one too.
And you say, why are there so many? As she walks up and stands over near the door, and she says, Randy's not a nice person. I can't express that to you enough. He's a terrible person. He does terrible things to people. He's never been nice. Even on birthdays, like if you go to get a birthday gift from him, he thinks of some, excuse my French, dumbass thing to give you for your present that has nothing that you would like and only he would like. It's rather annoying. All right. As she continues to bitch as you're working just fine. Very inland. You detect 4 animalistic minds on the other side of the door as people are talking. They have begun getting closer and closer to the door, the 4 of them. Right? And all of a sudden, a 5th one appears. Not like it walked up, but it just appeared in your range, right behind the door. It's human-level intelligence.
Oh, man.
Obsidia, what's behind that door?
Oh, this leads into Randy's room. Or this leads into Randy's foyer area.
We should probably knock. I look at Fairy Inland.
What's behind the door?
She shrugs.
Can I detect evil right now?
Yes.
How many pings?
5.
So that's the 4 animals sense that you sensed, and then the...
Most likely Randy.
Alright. I ready my sword. I think I know what I have to do.
Oh, man.
Sarah, you're still trying to disarm this trap at this point in time. You haven't finished yet.
Can we wait for a second, please?
He's whipping out weapons. Very Endland's getting spells ready and...
Getting ready to charge in right away.
Everybody needs to calm down.
Okay, very, very calm. But there's 5 evil things behind the door, 4 of them animalistic and 1 of them humanoid.
Okay.
At least humanoid intelligence.
Do I need to not do this?
All of a sudden, the humanoid intelligence is gone. And we
we're back down to 4.
And that is
humanoid-
game.
Oh, something can fucking teleport in here and we can't.
No.
That's game, guys. It's
Yay.
time to dole out some experience points and stuff like that. Which we will do experience points off screen because we don't want to bore the audience with silly numbers.
Ooh, numbers.
Oh, man. Man, this was really fun. I liked getting back to this. I have to admit, I did miss running games. This was really fun. I missed the audience. I missed hanging out. Pupper, you're going to go to the ground, and I will pick seeds off you in a minute. Here, there you go, Pupper. Probably should take him outside so he can shit on something.
Yeah.
Thank you for having me, too.
Yeah, not a problem.
Super fun. Oh, I'm so excited.
Oh, yeah.
Me too.
Just
So
really
fun.
quick, before we end the game, before we do experience, while Katinka's fiddling around with everything, Barry and Lynn will reach out to Theo telepathically. So I know that guy's a Zorn, but what are you?
Yeah.
Human. What does it look like?
All right, that's where we can end
Yep.
the game at.
Tin
And
can.
that's where we end it.
All right, good night, everybody. We appreciate you coming and hanging out with us and watching us move through this dungeon and do dungeony things. I hope you've been entertained. Have you been entertained?
Do we not amuse? I mean, I hope we do.
Yeah, I hope we do. I mean, I find it
It's been
amusing.
pretty awesome.
Radio,
amuse ourselves.
Robin, thanks for hanging out. Let's see who else was out there with us. I see Radio. I see Robin.
Lurks.
Some other lurkers. Commander Root, you're always here. That's awesome. Electronic Longboard. Host Miraffle.
Those are all bots, babe.
Oh, I'm talking to robots?
Yes.
Robot.
You gotta thank the robots, too, you know? You never
You
know
know
who's
what?
going to
They,
take
they,
over.
That's true.
they count.
Because Skynet will eventually take over.
Okay, fine. You're right.
All right.
Be like, that one guy thanked me at the end of this stream. I think we'll spare him.
Awesome.
All right, good night, everybody. We're going to
Good
stop our
night.
stream.
Bye.
Good night.